Hello? Hello, hello. 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 How's everybody doing? Why aren't I moving? Why is my character not going? Is my mic not plugged in? Oh. Now my mic's plugged in. What were you all hearing? Did you all hear anything? Okay, cool. I did it. I'm plugged in correctly. We got a lesson to you all. Make sure you double check to make sure that you have the correct microphone plugged in for your streams. Can you hear me? Do I sound good? Do I have the usual beautiful voices that I have with my regular microphone? Okay, good. Hooray! Hi, it's time. Everyone's favorite. The best volume to ever be. Everyone's favorite volume of all time, RWBY, Volume 5. Hey Critter, I'm working on a RWBY OC who is a human in the White Fang that was adopted by a faunus family as a baby. What are your thoughts? Very interesting idea. I think it's cool. A lot of potential. Interesting stuff. Run with it. Multiple voices? Yeah. I just speak in tongues. No, there's like a good microphone voice, and then there's Crunchy, the wrong microphone that's like attached to my headphones voice. You know? Let's not dilly-dally. You know, because we got a lot to cover with Volume 5, because it's the longest for no good reason. I'm just gonna dive in. Let's see if the subtitles are actually playing, because half the time they don't. There we go. Yeah, Volume 5. I've been thinking about Volume 5 a lot lately. Specifically because I keep thinking about how bad it is. I've been kind of contemplating doing a whole video review for it. Like a, like how I did with volumes 8 and 9, like an hour-long comprehensive breakdown as to everything that happens in the volume. Specifically, so we could talk about also the crazy behind-the-scenes things. Because, yeah, there's no audio. I don't play audio on these, because of copyright. But, yeah, the behind the scenes for Volume 5 will be... It's so crazy. It's like, the thing with Volume 5 is everything that went wrong did go wrong. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong in the worst way possible. Everything, like, right from the get-go, they were rushing, clearly, based off of the, like, 2D art that we have for Mistral, and that's the only time we ever see it's because it screams loud and clear they didn't have any budget or time to actually bother modeling Mistral, and that's why there's no background characters in the whole of the Academy, even though it's a school, even though it's, like, supposedly a school year, it's just emptiness. This is also when, like, I've mentioned it before, and I'll go into it more later, probably, but hello, Willow. Hi, Willow the Creative. This is the beginning of Rooster Teeth's making their sets gigantic. Making the like, scenes, everything is huge. Like, the way they model every single location is massive, and the vast emptiness of the sets really just hammers home how little there is actually going on. Like, it's really obvious the characters don't interact with anything. They're just big, empty sets to make it easier for characters to stand around. Hi, Overhypin'. Hi, Critter. I'm currently at work, but my manager is allowing me to listen as long as I keep one headphone out. Nice! That's always cool. I had a manager who got mad at me for having one headphone in when I was, like, an early morning stalker. Like, I was there, like before any customers showed up. And I'm like, what do I need my headphones? Like, what? I have one in. I can still hear you. No customers are showing up. But whatever. I stopped doing that job. So yeah, Volume 5. It's a long one. It's crazy that this is the longest one. It's crazy that they were struggling so much with money and time, and yet they still insisted on keeping it as long as it is. You know, it's the longest volume with the most episodes, 14. The only other one that comes close to that, I think, is Volume 8. And I think it either has 13 or also 14. I remember I was amused that the two worst volumes are the longest ones. What was worse, 5 or 8? I think 8 was the worst season of RWBY. I understand why you think that, Eric. I think 5 is. Because 5 was the closest I ever got to not wanting to watch the show anymore. 8's bad because of a lot of, like, execution, especially at the end of the volume. But there are parts of 8 that I do like. There are moments, periodically, throughout Volume 8, that I do enjoy. Like, even if they're really small, really minor, there's tiny moments here and there. There's nothing about Volume 5 that I find redeemable. None of the new characters being introduced, none of the way any of the plot lines work out, the animation, the comedy, the soundtrack, everything. Nothing is good. This volume was a failure in every way. 8's actually your favorite? I liked it a lot. I really liked 8 for the first half. And then it really went downhill hard. But yeah, once we finish Volume 5, we can get to all the good volumes. This part, where they introduce themselves to Lionheart, I hate it. I really hate it. Their poses are dumb. It's really stupid. It's slow. Like... This is also the first time a first episode of RWBY doesn't have any combat in it. And usually when there is combat in an early episode, it's basically to, like, remind the audience, like, what their skill sets are. And that's, like, 5 seasons in. Theoretically, you don't really need to be reminding the audience what your characters can do. But I think it is rather telling that the first time anyone in Team Ranger wields any of their weapons on screen is during the finale. They don't actually like, we see a brief moment of RWBY doing hand-to-hand combat training with Oscar in, like, episode 5 or something. But, she's not using Crescent Rose. And her hand-to-hand combat arc is... Okay, I'll save that rant later for when it shows up. But it was really stupid. Yeah, no one in the real, like, main heroes... Because Ranger was the ones who actually had a purpose. If you remember from last time with Volume 4, where we left off was... Blake was deciding to do something, Weiss was deciding to do something, and Yang was deciding to do something. Ranger was the only one who actually had, like, things they were accomplishing and doing. Get to a location. And now they're here at this location, and they immediately become as passive and flaccid as Blake, Weiss, and Yang's arcs were from Volume 4. The difference is, those three, their arcs, were leading towards something. Like, they encountered things periodically throughout their time in their respective arcs throughout Volume 4 that led them to making the decisions that would become their plot lines with Volume 5. But it's not there with Team Ranger. Team Ranger was doing things in Volume 4, and then they got to their location, and then they didn't do anything that they set out to do. They set out to find more information about Cinder. And Lionheart's basically like, oh, I don't know what that's all about. And then they don't look into anything. Oh, guys, it's our first Tide commercial of the stream. Everyone celebrate. It's our first Tide commercial of the stream. was I even saying? Tide was so important. It interrupted my thought process. Yeah, she sure did headbutted Mercury that one time. And that was the end of the arc, I guess. But yeah. Yeah. Ranger. They don't look into, like, Lionheart's like, I don't know anything about Cinder and her team. And so they don't try looking into anything about them. They don't try looking into anything else. They don't even ask questions about, like, relics, maidens, Salem. They don't do anything. They are completely passive. They have no forward momentum. They have no plot. And they just happen to show up in the finale because they happened to be in the area. That was it. Yeah, Tide collab. RWBY and Tide crossover when? That's the next smash hit 2-part movie spin-off series for RWBY. RWBY uses Tide, and we reveal that her cape has never been red. It's just dirty. Yeah, also love, it's 4 in a row. It's 4 Tide commercials in a row, and it's the same one. That is the only way it works here. Whatever ad it plays the same exact one multiple times. Yeah, it's not a long ad. It's 4 of the same ad multiple times. So yeah, Ranger, they have no forward momentum, and I guess they knew that. Like, there was a point where they realized, oh, we actually don't have Ranger do literally anything throughout the entirety of this volume. So we need to pretend to give them a plot to make it look like they're doing things. Kind of. So they go with the half-hearted plotline of, you need to train more. Specifically, he specifically points out RWBY is not good at fighting when she doesn't have Crescent Rose on her. And that is dumb. That's dumb for so many reasons. It's dumb for so many reasons. First of all, he only calls out RWBY, and I'm like, I'm sure the others also had, like, special training, but we didn't talk about them or even hint to them, so I guess it doesn't matter. But specifically with RWBY's, like, combat training, it's like, you are bad with fighting when you don't have Crescent Rose on you. And it's like, yes. So she should, like, the point isn't learn to fight without your weapon. That is a completely different... Twins has a great video that goes into it. I don't remember which one it is, though. But she goes into detail about it. But it's like, RWBY's lesson shouldn't be to gain a whole new skill set to fight without her weapon on her anymore. She is a tiny, itty-bitty, frail little girl. She is not built for throwing punches and knocking people's heads. That's Yang's skill set. RWBY's skill set is wielding her gigantic scythe. Also, her stupid semblance is already super speed. Dropping her scythe should never be a problem, because she can just super speed and grab it. If anything, the solution to her problem would be to find a way to, like, get Crescent Rose to her, like, use gravity dust or something, which could have been a fun, like, exploration for her to go with. Maybe we could learn about the fabled Grim Reaper and the Grim Reaper's gravity dust scythes that she used to use back in the day. And then later we would meet Maria and we would be like, OMG, that was that cool, like, Grim Reaper person that RWBY was studying back in Volume 5. That's awesome. But no, we don't do that. We could also play around with the idea of RWBY having, like, multiple different weapons on her, like smaller ones that are a little bit more compact and, like, pocket-sized for her to use in, like, a pinch to, like, batter away the opponent long enough for her to get to Crescent Rose, which could also be a fun, like, plot point to explore, because she's a huge weapons nut. She loves weapons, so the prospect of getting more cool weapons for her to play with and design could have been a really fun thing. But no, they go with the extraordinarily lazy and boring plot point of you need to learn to punch, which she doesn't even use. It happens in this volume and this volume alone, and then it is completely irrelevant for the rest of the story, because clearly it was just a filler arc to waste her screen time, because they didn't know what they were doing. And they went with a plot point that would be really easy to animate, too. Because you know what's hard? Animating your character holding something. Like a weapon. But you know what's easy? Having your character not hold something. So, make it the easiest, laziest option available, and that's RWBY's plot point. I also really wanted a plot point where I don't think this is a hot take, but it might be. I really don't like Oscar just using Ozpin's cane as his weapon. I think that's painfully boring. I would have liked it if Oscar re-modified the cane to fit him, whatever his skill set was. Maybe make it a sickle, because he's used to farming, and he could use a farm tool. But no, he just uses, or at least customize the cane to be specific for him, But no, he just uses Ozpin's cane, and I think that's really boring. But I really wanted an arc where, at the very least, Oscar's training with everyone, and Joan's I need to figure out my semblance, and everyone goes on this shopping quest where Ruby's looking into new weapons she could use. She's learning about the Grim Reaper with the gravity dust, and then Oscar is also thinking about different weapons he can use, and he's also learning about semblances with Jean, who wants to learn about his own semblance. And then we do this whole thing, and then Oscar would learn either, what weapon he wants to use and why, or Oscar would decide that he does want to use Ozpin's cane, and because personal reasons and whatever. Something, anything, something that would have these kids talking to each other. That's the worst part, is there's so much potential with this garbage pile of a script that they have. There was potential here. There was the hint of something that could have really been something cool with this volume. And they don't do any of it. We're still talking to Lionheart? Thank you so much, Ranger. Thank you. Would have been fun if RWBY went full Muhammad Ali on Mercury. That would have been fun. If you're gonna... Okay, you're so right, Ranger. If you're gonna have a story arc where your character learns to throw blows, have them go completely wild with it. Have it be Ralphie beating up that kid at the end of A Christmas Story, It doesn't need to be Yang is clearly an experienced boxer with skill and techniques, but even just having RWBY tackle Mercury to the ground and just start mollywopping him, something, anything. It doesn't have to be good or skillful, but just to prove that she has gotten to the point. If you're gonna have that be her plot, go crazy with it. That would have been fun. But oh well. Thank you for the super chat. You reminded me. Did everyone watch the AMV stream on Tuesday? Monday? Did everyone watch the AMV stream on Monday? That was a great one. I had a lot of fun with it. I hope you all liked it too. Everyone's AMVs were amazing. So much fun. 10 out of 10. Thank you, everyone. So do you still think Leo's weapon is pretty dumb? I do. It's so boring. It could be a shield, right? But make it a riot shield. Make it this huge, giant shield. If the thing is that he's a coward and he's using a shield, have it something that he can actually shield himself with. But also, the way he has to hold it like a Beyblade to attack, and it's really goofy looking and bad. Oh, we're back to Tide. We're back to Tide. We missed it. Crow was talking earlier. He'll talk throughout the rest of the volume. You can really, really hear, really tell that Vic Mignogna was very bored and uninterested with voicing Crow this volume. None of his lines. He sounds so, half-assing it. Just putting in the bare minimum. He's saying the words. That's it. So lazy. Critter, any ideas for original weapons for Oscar Pine? I guess the sickle thing, maybe like a pitchfork or something. I don't know. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would have, like, a long-ranged attack, but maybe it'd be fun if he used, like, plant dust. Because no one uses plant dust. It exists. It's never been in the show, but that would be kind of neat, right? Like, green to match his aesthetic, his farmer vibes. Thank you so much, Godzilla Slayer. Didn't see the AMV stream, but maybe the VOD. Yeah, the VOD's up. I can't monetize it, which I knew was gonna happen, because it's, songs. It's just a million songs. But the VOD is up. You can watch it. I just don't get any money from it. But please do watch it. I wouldn't want to monetize it anyway, because I don't like making money off of other people's edits and artwork. But you can totally watch it, and you should, and then you should also watch everyone's AMVs as well, and then also like and leave a comment on all their AMVs also. Yeah, plant dust is a thing. I was looking at all the dust options for a reason. I don't remember why. I might have just been, like, looking into categories with RWBY. I've spent a lot of time just looking at the random things on the RWBY wiki. And yeah, there is plant dust. We've just never seen it in the show. I don't think we've ever seen it in any of the, like, bonus material. Like, I don't think it's in the books, or mangas, or anything. Oh, it's the worst scene. It's the worst. I hate... Why did the, subtitles go away? Why did the subtitles go away all of a sudden? Whatever. It's the Yang scene where she's talking with Shady Man. It's just so ugly and stupid. We want this to be a bar, but also it should be a gas station. And also, just have the guy lean down out of view for the scene. But also, even though we want this to be a bar/gas station, we'll make it, like, empty and ugly. There's no lighting in here. It's just an ugly, ugly ass, like, area. Yang punches this guy, and I don't know why they go with slow motion for it. It was dumb. The slow motion feels really serious and violent, especially, like, the zoom in on her, like, pissed off, angry face. But then they do the slapstick bouncing around. Everything's so slow in this stupid volume. Everyone moves so slowly. Everyone, like, there's huge pauses in their dialogue. Everyone moves, like, with too much emphasis. Why does she do this? He asks her a question, and she does that I can't pause. I will be here all day. He asks her a question, and rather than, like, stop chugging the entirety of her water for 1 second, she does that super rude thing where she holds up, like, her pointer finger to be like, wait, and it's like, you just answer his question. I hate this. This is the ugliest scene. This is an ugly outfit. I hate this outfit. I hate everything about this scene. The volume starts so bad. It was so many bad things right off the bat. Oh, hi, Kaiser. I thought I saw you. I'll be fine. My brain cells will be fine, but my heart won't be. Just keep a tally for how many times I say hate. And how many things I say I hate. It's lazy. I think that was the thing that really made me feel real salty right from the get-go, was that this first episode immediately shows the huge warning signs of it being, like, a lazy, like, drawn-out, ill-fitted volume. It's a very bad episode. It's slow, it's ugly, the dialogue is meandering and pointless. Hi, Jordan. Ilya shows up to talk to Blake for no real reason. Everything is buffoonish and goofy, and everything, like, visibly has taken a nosedive compared to last volume. Like, RWBY had this thing where every volume, you could tell that the like animation and art quality was getting like periodically better in certain areas. This is the only volume where it looks actively worse because of the slowness of the motion of the characters, the lazy, non-existent lighting. I hate that line. It's just obviously bad, and it was a very right from the get-go. It's like it's a bad sign for the volume as a whole. Kaiser, I'm honestly worried for your eyes because the show's fashion sense dipped so badly. It's such a shame because the worst ones are the main 4 girls, too. We'll get to the Volume 7 outfits. Ugh. No, Ruby's line there. Can't a girl read her comics in peace? I hate you. I hate you, Ruby. I hate you. I hate your dumb voice. We're not watching the opening. It's a terrible opening. It's because everyone else is just sitting on the couch. They're not even talking to each other. Jean, Ren, and Nora, they're just sitting on their couch, like, leaning their heads back. Basically, like, if they were made out... as if they were rag dolls, and someone just threw them onto a piece of furniture. That is what they're doing. And then Ruby's like, can't a girl read her comics in peace? So why weren't they doing anything? Why weren't they, like, reading comics in their bedrooms like she was? How did she get comics? Did she bring comic books with her in her quest across the world? Were you worried you were gonna be bored on your adventure? Or did they get to Haven, and the first thing she does is, I'm gonna spend my money on comic books. It's like, we don't have a plot we could look into, but we sure can go and get comic books. And I like comic books. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's such a goofy, superfluous thing, and it's dumb that she was the only one. The fact that she was the only, like, the fact that everyone else is sitting alone on the couch and she's hiding in her bedroom reading comics implies that the others, like, told her off for it. Like, Jean, Ren, and Nora were like, we don't have a lot of money and you just bought comic books? That's really dumb. And then they had an argument and she ran off to her bedroom to read her comic books in peace. Okay, Lionheart. What a wasted opportunity. What a wasted opportunity, you know? That's another thing. You're right, Kaiser. Why do the comics when it could be looking at new weapons? Well, they can only remember Ruby actually likes weapons once every 5 years, so... so Lionheart being a backstabber, betrayer, like, it's... the idea of it is fine. Execution-wise, horrible. It doesn't really go anywhere. Like, he didn't have to help. Like, he barely even helps the villains. Other than helping get Cinder into Beacon. But Watts could have done that too, you know? Because he has, like, all these hacking skills. He could have just hacked the systems. No one was double-checking that stuff anyway. Thank you, Sky Slasher. Why wasn't wasn't what 90% of what they were doing on their journey was walking? Why wouldn't you bring something to read during downtime? Like, I would bring something to read. That makes sense. But, like, comics are really short. I guess they're small. So, like, they're small and thin. So if you're fine with rereading the same comic over and over again, it would be less stuff to, like, pack, theoretically. But they also, I don't know, they also had scrolls. Can't they get audiobooks on their scrolls? Like, download a couple before they leave? I don't know. I don't know. It just feels silly. It feels, their packs are pretty small, which implies they can only carry the bare necessities. They already couldn't remember to bring their map with them multiple times. Remember that? A very fun plot point from Volume 4? Gotta stay hydrated, guys. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and drink your water and stay hydrated. I got myself a Powerade, and it's a little lopsided, and I knew it was when I bought it. but I didn't care enough to bother putting it back on the shelf and grabbing a different one. Yeah. Lionheart. Because, like, he doesn't even really help that much. Him, and, like, he betrays the team only for this one volume. Like, it's so, like, for being one of, like, Ozpin's closest counsel, he should have been at the tournament. He should have been there with Ironwood as well, which is why I do that in my band-aiding RWBY thing. So, like, we had the idea that he was a good guy, and we, like, sat there and was like, yeah, he's on our team, and then suddenly we learn he's been betraying us this whole time, and be like, whoa, oh my god, but because the volume he's introduced to us is also the volume we learn he's working with Salem, and then he doesn't even do anything. He doesn't... he sends all the huntsmen on missions where they go and get killed. I guess that happens, but it's when you have you can tell they wanted to like maybe do a political thing going on here. Like they wanted to play into like a political aspect of having the person who's in a position of power being aligned with evil, and they're playing the heroes and whatever. They used to talk about watching Game of Thrones all the time, and all their, like, podcasts and behind-the-scenes things. I remember Miles specifically. There was a behind-the-scenes video where they were all gathering together at Bernie's house to watch the latest episode of Game of Thrones, or something. And it's like, that's fine, but why introduce the concept just to not play with the concept? And also, they immediately reveal that tied check. It's tied. They also immediately reveal that he's the villain. Like instantly. Like at the end. And then he dies. So all of it was pointless. Him as a character was half-baked and pointless. And it's a shame. Also, terrible design. Like it's a fine design, but I feel like we could have done more with it. Color palette wise, it's the most boring. Like, the actual design itself is okay, but the all dusty browns, pretty bland. It's even when he takes his jacket off, it's still, like, dusty brown stuff. Don't worry, we still have 2 more of the same ad to go through. Funny how they tried to get a little political with Volume 5, only a year after Shin Godzilla DLC... did it to widespread, crucial, and financial success. Just something I've noticed, not saying they copied it. I'll tell you, 100%. They definitely did copy it. You can, see, you can go back in time and look at what things were popular in the media sphere and see exactly how, a year later, something like that popped in with RWBY to some capacity. Whether it's, anime related or, movie, nerd movie related. Something happens, and then RWBY obviously tries to mirror those concepts as well. That's also the thing where it's it was planned from the beginning. Those kind of arguments never make sense to me at all. Because obviously they're taking inspiration from a million other things that they're watching as it happens. It's I don't think it could be planned from the beginning. This show you're copying didn't come out until after the show started. Okay, this is going to be the first time we really see a fight for this volume, with the Lancer fight, and it's probably the best fight the volume has. But this is also, has the nicest lighting in it, too. This location is really cool. There's a lot of cool in this moment, But it's weird because this is, the only time Weiss fights, other than in the finale, It's weird that the first official fight of the volume is a Weiss-only fight. It's cool, the circumstances around it is cool, but, I don't know, for, the long run of the volume, it's weird, no one else, the finale fight is the first time we see the majority of those fighters, using their skills for the first time within this volume. It's also, like, it's an action anime, and there's hardly any action in this anime. Exactly. If you plan from the beginning, you're gonna change stuff. That's how writing works. Yes. I think the argument of plan from the beginning is actually more of an insult. This, like, could you, like, imagine it worded this way. Your writing sounds like this is a first draft. This was the first thing you thought of, and you didn't change it at all. Because that's what it really is. That's the only thing I can see with RWBY. Either it was their first draft and they didn't bother changing anything to fit the changes that happens with the story, or they're saying it was all planned from the beginning as in an attempt to, like, because they think that'll make it better. They think then people will like it more if they say, no, it was supposed to work. We're not just flying by the seat of our pants. So yeah, I said the lighting's the best here, and it is. But consistently, the shadows on their, like, little airship thing, do not stay consistent. They bug out a lot. I think this is also the only time we ever see Weiss reloading her weapon. You'd think that would be more of a thing more often. When you have weapons that need to be reloaded, you'd think it would happen more. I guess that is kind of the boring part. Like, when I run D&D campaigns, I never make the archers have to buy their arrows. Because I personally think with a D&D setting, keeping track of all your arrows can be kind of boring. If that's what they want to do, then, like, totally. But I'm not gonna, like, roleplay, like, oh, you go to the store and this is what the shopkeep says. No. It'll be like, okay, the 20 arrows cost this much gold. And that'll be it. Thank you, Jessie Springer. Did you know Anne Frank is a magical girl in Madoka Magica? I did! She's in the very last episode. She's hinted to it. And then I think there's a spin-off as well. There's a couple of different spin-offs. I like that. I think it's fun. Not sure how I feel about the Anne Frank one. I would need to look into more specifically about, like, what happens in the story, and, like, what she wishes for. I think it is important to learn who Anne Frank was in, like, actual history before we start looking at the hypothetical magical girl scenario for her. I understand why they went with it. Like, when you're looking at really big historical female figures to play around with in their settings, like they did a Joan of Arc magical girl, I understand why they might, especially because it's a Japanese written story. Anne Frank, I don't know how much they talk about Anne Frank in their schooling system over there. I like the idea of it, but I would have to look more into it before I totally endorse if it was well executed or not. But, I guess that's where that'll end. Yeah, sorry, Philip Schwartz. You, like, black out and you cut back in and suddenly we're talking about Anne Frank. Thank you, Sky Slasher. I know we're a long ways away from this resolution, but I hate part of Yang's arc is literally holding herself back. Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Sky Slasher, because when I was ranting about RWBY, I also wanted to rant about Yang, because they're the only two who go through a quote-unquote training arc throughout the whole of the show, with, like, specific things that are pointed out to them that they need to do better. Like, when we see them training with the Aesops, their goals is to just get stronger. And so that's fine. With RWBY and Yang, they each are given specific, you're doing this one thing poorly, and you need to change that. With RWBY, it's her hand-to-hand combat thing. But then with Yang, this happened, like, we started this plot point with her in Volume 4, where Tai says, your semblance is poopy stinky, and you... Sorry, I was picturing Tai actually telling Yang her semblance is poopy stinky. The image was funny to me. He's like, your semblance is poopy stinky, and you use it way too often. Your semblance is a big poopy stinky temper tantrum, and that's big, dumb, and stupid, and you shouldn't do it anymore. You're given this magical superpower by nature, which only makes you stronger, but you shouldn't use it. Because you lost once. And your loss wasn't related to your semblance, but I'm going to blame it on your semblance. Oh, man. Crack myself up. Can't help it. Yeah, her arc of stop using your semblance is really dumb, because that's not what the problem was. She didn't lose her arm because of her semblance. They, like, tiptoe back and forth on this idea that using your semblance will, like, use parts of your aura. Like, you can, like, lose out on aura the more you use your semblance. That has never really been addressed in the actual show. This is a thing that's just been kind of implied, but also they go back and forth on it constantly. So, no, her losing her arm had nothing to do with her using her semblance. Her semblance's thing entirely is that it takes the damage and makes her stronger. The only reason she lost her arm, theoretically, was because she had already had her aura entirely broken before that moment, but we have no idea, because she wasn't on screen fighting, so we don't have any reason to believe her aura was broken. If they want us to think her aura had been broken, they should have shown us that. So we're just meant to believe that Adam is just a stronger person, that his semblance is just stronger than her semblance. Power levels, or whatever. That's why she lost her arm. It wasn't using her semblance. If she hadn't have run in... he was gonna hit her no matter what. He was going to take a piece off of her, one way or the other. His goal wasn't to cut her arm off, he wanted to kill her. The only reason he didn't succeed in doing so was because Blake was able to, like, trick him and juke him out and run away with Yang's body, and he let them go. But if Yang hadn't have ran in semblance activated, he would have just run up to her and stabbed her regardless. He was going to try to kill her no matter what. She lost her arm. Her losing her arm had nothing to do with the semblance. So the fact that Tai implies her semblance is part of why that is stupid. And then his reasoning of, you need to fight smarter, not harder. Like, you can't just charge directly at people, when that is literally the only strategy her and anyone uses in the show. She wasn't even just charging at people. She was doing, like, a whole song and dance, especially in the tournament. She, like, rocketed herself onto Weiss's ice roller rink thing against Team Auburn and grabbed hold of Blake's ribbon and then used the propulsion from Ruby and Blake to fly at Team Auburn. She thought smarter. She thought to, like, break the ground beneath Neon so her rollerblades would get all goofed up, so she would trip and then she could beat her. Yang thought to block Flint's trumpet to stop his attack, to beat him. She has never just charged in willy-nilly like a meathead. She has, multiple times, especially in Volume 3, had really good strategy about beating her opponents. And Tai Yang says that you use your semblance to beat most of your fights in the tournament, but the semblance just helps make her stronger. It's just a slight power boost. She didn't win because her semblance activated, she won because she had a strategy, and her semblance just makes her stronger. So he's stupid in saying that she shouldn't use, here's your ability, you literally just get stronger, but don't use it. Because for no good reason. Do I like the DC crossover? No. Not really. It's not horrible, but it's not good. It might be horrible. It's not good. I don't like it. No, I think it's a wasted opportunity. They should have hung out with the Teen Titans, not the Justice League. So yeah, Yang, okay. And then with her character arc, fight smarter, don't use your semblance. And she has that moment with Adam where she throws his sword away because it's like, I'm fighting smarter. And then after that, she never does that anymore. She activates her semblance all the time, and it's always to finish the fight. Afterwards, everything she does after her quote-unquote learn to fight smarter moment is actually what Tai Yang had accused her of beforehand. It is literally like her character did a 180 from what everyone said. She now no longer does tactical smart moves or anything. She just runs forward, punches things, and then she goes all glowy, and then she wins. Which she hasn't even lost. So even if that was the problem, Tai Yang was dumb, because she's not losing because that's happening. Thank you so much. Viva Voxy? Nice name. You scrolled by too fast, though. Hold on. I was ranting too much and I couldn't get to your comment fast enough. Hold on, I'll pull it up on my phone, because I don't want to, like, goof up covering up my screen or something. There you go. Is it just me? Thank you, Vivavoxy. Is it just me, or does the scene when Yang punches Shady Man out of the gas station, the animation looked like an old Gmod SMG4 video? It does. It really does. And I think it's the goofiness of his, like ragdoll physics on it, which is fine. It's fine. It's a weird tone to set. Honestly, I wish they played around with goofy ragdoll physics more, because it might be a bit more fun and lighthearted than what the show usually has. But it's weird, because, like, Hayes being a creeper, which is not fun, she punches him, and she looks really, 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 really angry. And we have this horrible slow-mo shot where we punch in on her face to highlight just how, like, furious she is. And so the tone feels like it's supposed to be kind of serious. But then he, like, Looney Tunes bounces out of the gas station, and I'm like, is this a joke? What are we doing? Rooster Teeth has never been good at setting the tone for any of their shows, but yeah, this is the beginning of when it really starts to fall apart. God, we're still here? We're still in episode 2? My god! This episode's 21 minutes? Nothing happened! How is it 21 minutes, and how is there 14 episodes? Nothing happens in this volume. I don't understand. It's like they drag out every single scene. The camera's slow, the lines are slow, the space between lines is slow, characters move really slow, and I think it's because... So, the fan base had a really bad habit where, hold on, I'll get into that in a second. What are you saying, Gwendolyn? Critter, question to distract you from RWBY. The creator of Jujutsu Kaisen said they didn't care which characters dies in the story as long as it makes it interesting. Is that a good approach to death? I think so. Like, I think, what's that saying? Don't treat your characters too precious. Like, I think killing off characters is a good thing that should happen more often, especially if you're trying to set a specific, like, threat level for the story. Yeah, I think it's fine. I totally get that. And that also makes it, like, if you're, especially if it's a more serious, dramatic show, like something like Jujutsu Kaisen, which I don't know much of it, but I know it's, like, trying to be, like, a serious thing, I'm pretty sure. And things like RWBY as well. So yeah, I think that works. I think killing off more characters more often makes sense. We didn't see any of Ranger throughout all of episode 2. That's crazy. What did we do in episode 2? Nothing happened. Crazy. This one's also 18 minutes? How are these... Hold on. How are these episodes so long? Nothing happens in them. Okay, so yeah, what I was saying about that. The fandom had a really bad habit of, like, really getting on Rooster Teeth's case if their episodes weren't longer. Like, if an episode was, like, and this happened, like, even into volume 6 and 7, I remember. If the episodes were less than 15 minutes, or, heaven forbid, close to 10 minutes, people would be, like, screaming and ranting, and it's like, this is unacceptable, that's not long enough, blah, blah, blah. Like, they would get real, like, up in arms over the length of episodes, because, they were idiots, and people think, you want German subtitles? We can do that. We can do that for this episode. People get really up in arms because they're idiots and they think that longer episodes automatically means better. But the length of the episode isn't the thing that makes a story good. It's what happens in it. And we can prove that with some of RWBY's funnest episodes are their early ones from volume, 1. You know? And those episodes were, 5 minutes sometimes, 7 minutes, 11, you know? It's not about how long it is, it's how well it's executed. And because everyone was like, oh, it has to be longer, that's why we get episodes like this, where it's 18 minutes long, technically. But, it's 18 minutes long, technically, but it's a lot of, filler. It's a lot of floating around. Everything is standing still. Dialogue is dragged out with a bunch of nothing. You know? That's what we've done here. It's technically 18 minutes long, but it's not a good episode. The length doesn't really matter. That's another thing. There's, think about it like this. Some movies are amazing. Some movies are really bad. Their length is irrelevant. I think a movie can feel too long or too short, but just because your movie hits, 4 hours, that doesn't mean it's going to automatically be really good or anything. Also, there are really, really amazing movies that are only, an hour and a half. So, everyone being all pissy, wah, the episodes are too short. And it's still basically an indie-made product at this point. And, they're putting in all this effort, and you could tell that they were being stretched thin because they couldn't finish anything. Judgmental Critter, fan of DC and RWBY. I was wanted a crossover, but seeing it, my main issue was no one had any idea how to make it connect and interact. Also, no one knew any of the lore of both. You are so... Caleb, 100%. You are so... Yes. It's so weird. It's they sit down and, overly explain the lore of RWBY's universe, but not enough to really explain things. They sit there and, babble about semblances. It's a lot about the semblances, but they don't explain any of the superheroes' powers. And they also don't explain crucial elements of RWBY stuff. They don't explain, we see Oscar, and they don't talk about how Ozpin is a centuries-old immortal wizard who has become a mental parasite inside the body of a young child he's going to be reincarnated physically into over time. They don't explain that. They don't explain what Grimm are. They don't explain what Salem is. They don't explain maidens or relics or anything. But then they also don't explain any of the DC stuff. They don't explain what is a Krypton, what is Clark's powers, how do they work. They don't explain Vixen's powers at all, or Jessica's, the Green Lantern, or, they don't explain anything. They don't explain, what Wonder Woman is, how her powers work, anything. They don't explain anything from the DC side. In either part. in the original, the first part or the second part, we don't do enough with either. So it's kind of implied that you're supposed to be a fan of both universes already. But if you're a fan of both universes already, I can't see why anyone would want the crossover to begin with. This is such a dumb moment. Blake doesn't say anything whole episode. Why did Ilya show up? Why doesn't anyone do anything? Why do they just let her talk? No, they ruined Batman. They ruined Batman. Batman. They had Batman want to abandon all of his friends and leave behind Gotham City because he liked the idea of having superpowers now. Which is so stupid. That is monumentally stupid. You have to be an actual buffoon to completely miss the point of Bruce Wayne's character. To have him go, I have X-ray vision now. Which is what his semblance is. He just has X-ray vision. Not even. It's like heat-seeking vision. Which is something we have in our normal reality. Let alone the, like, super technologically advanced reality of DC world. But he's like, oh, I have heat-seeking vision now. I have real superpowers. I don't want to go back to Gotham. I don't want to go back to my friends or family or anything like that. Forget Alfred. No one cares about Gotham City. I want my spoopy powers. So dumb. It was so goofy. Oh, we're back to the laundry. More laundry ads. So yeah, the whole thing with Ilya popping up to, like, speak up against the bad belladonnas, and no one does anything to stop her. No one does anything. She just, and her words are pointless too. She doesn't, like, convince anybody, because Gira already wasn't convincing anybody. Yeah, this huge dumb speech, which you can tell they gave him a lot of lines because he was a professional voice actor who used to voice Father in Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. So, you know, make sure you get the famous voice actors more things to say and do, I guess. But yeah, Gira's speech was not winning anyone over. No one was on board with his thing to begin with. So having Ilya, quote-unquote, interrupt added nothing. Her words mean nothing. This is truly the epitome. That thing I keep saying of they say words like they're speaking, but they're not talking. Like, nothing is being really said. And Volume 5 is the climax of that. Thank you, Sky Slasher. I'll say this. It is in Bernard character. I believe you mean Batman. It is in Batman's character to be concerned about how he's getting older. Those powers plus being younger helped keep him at top shaped. I guess. I understand what you're saying. If they leaned into that idea, if they had him hint to that notion, if he was like, if I could go back like this, but he also has never really let that kind of thing stop him to begin with. So, whatever. So yeah, it's been, an episode and a half since coming back to Team Ranger, and the first thing we have them do... Okay, I was thinking about this, 2 days ago. Team Ranger, last we saw, Oscar enters their home, reveals he's Ozpin, and Crow passes out drunk on the couch. The implication, and now here Crow is waking up with a cup of coffee, curing a hangover, is what is implied. So what they did was he came home, passed out drunk on their couch after Oscar revealed he's Ozpin. And then they all supposedly picked up Crow and carried his passed out body into a bedroom. And then no one talked to Oscar at all. But they were curious from a distance, and periodically over the course of several hours became more and more curious and wanted to ask Oscar questions, until finally they became so overwhelmed that they bombarded him with a bunch of questions. But that was also happened to be the time Crow woke up and had gotten himself a cup of coffee. dumb. And that's when this scene starts. And why couldn't they just talk to Oscar before Crow woke up? Why did Crow have to be here? Because they like Vic Mignogna, and Vic Mignogna needs to be in every single scene, because then they can use his name to market their show more. Yeah, the love triangle between Cyborg, Ren, and Nora was so dumb. Cyborg's, like, way older than them. And why would I... Whatever. I don't want to talk about the Justice League movies. Crow, master of faking sobriety. Yeah, it's all a ruse. That's not coffee in his cup. It's just, like, another... It's like, he's just dumped vodka into coffee. This is such a... Look how empty this room is. Why does it have to be this big? There's nothing in here. There's no TV. Where's the front door? Why is it so big and so empty? It's so weird. I don't like it. And like, no one... Despite being massive... I keep forgetting the subtitles are in German now. I keep looking over and being confused. It's such a massive room, but everyone stands right next to each other. And they hardly sit down. Like, RWBY and Nora are sitting, but that's it. Why are the boys standing? We have this huge room and no one's doing anything. We did the bare minimum and gave Ozpin a prop of a cup to hold, and that's it. The door appears to those who need it. It's like the room of requirement. Yeah. Could have saved themselves some money. If Crow spent most of the time sleeping from a hangover, giving them a reason to go out and explore. Yeah. Yes. But no, they got Vic Mignogna, and Vic Mignogna was the first. They really, really creamed their pants getting to advertise that the illustrious voice of Edward Elric was now going to be in their show. Because I remember they had... Okay, alright. So there was a Q&A panel where they were talking about it. And the way they told the story, Rooster Teeth, RWBY, the way Miles and Carrie, the way they told the story was they showed Vic Mignogna RWBY, and he was immediately amazed, and he was so into it, and he was so in love with it, and he was like, I gotta get in on this, I gotta voice me a character, and they're like, we got the best idea, you'll be the illustrious Uncle Crow, a person who's been we've hinted at him from the very beginning, he's so cool, he's RWBY's beloved uncle, this is perfect. But then, if you look, you can find a version where Vic Mignogna talks about it, and he says he was at a convention, and Miles and Carrie whipped out, like, a tablet to show him something RWBY related. I imagine the Red trailer. And he was like, yeah, that's really cool. And they were like, do you want to voice a character in this? And he's like, yeah, that might be interesting. Like, the way they gassed it up, they were like, he was so into it, he couldn't wait to be the illustrious Uncle Crow, but, like, apparently he was like, yeah, okay, you can pay me, and I'll do this. This is kind of impressive, I guess. So, yeah. Batman asked what languages I speak. Not many. I speak English, kinda. I struggle through English. I speak a very tiny little bit of Spanish. I speak a very, very minuscule amount of German. I can do a bit of American Sign Language. And, like, I know 1 or 2 words in, like, French, but that's basically it. Not a lot. I took Spanish class for 2 years, and it taught me nothing. The second year was entirely on a computer, and everyone just cheated, because it was on a computer, so you could just put it into Google Translate and cheat. And so I didn't learn anything. Man, Vernal, what a disappointment. She could have been so much more. She could have been so much cooler. She could have had a better design. She could have had a more interesting role. in the volume, just like Lionheart. She was introduced just to get killed off immediately in the same volume she's introduced in. Is every character that we introduce in Volume 5, do they die by the end of the volume? No. Yes? Lionheart dies. Pilot Boy dies. Vernal dies. Who else gets introduced in Volume 5? Because Oscar was 4. I think Shady Man, I don't think he dies, but after Emerald unfolds her weapons to get into the bandit camp, he doesn't come back. I guess Yuma doesn't die. We'll get into that, but golly gee. Yeah, there's a bat faunus. We'll get to it. His Yuma. We'll actually see him 2 episodes from now for the first time. He's totally Batman. 100% he's based on Batman. He is a man with bat wings, and then he has a teammate who is a girl with spider powers, and she's definitely like Spider-Gwen or something. It's obviously Batman and Spider-Woman. That is clearly what they were inspired by. I don't think it's ever been officially stated one way or the other, but obviously. And them, I love them. Yuma and Trifa. Those are their names. I love them. I think they're the coolest. They have neat designs, neat powers, and they are the most background character. They are hyper background characters. And it hurts because they are cool and I want them to be on screen more. But they obviously won't. Yeah, we're setting up the we need to train thing. Ugh. And then again, his thing is like, you need to unlock your semblance. And that's dumb. Okay, I'm fine with a training arc. Like, they should continually be, like, training to keeping up, like, so they can continue to get better and better. That's fine. That's totally fine. But, I don't know. The way they go about it is goofy. The fact that we also don't see them training. Like, we see the one scene 2 or 3 episodes from now where they are kind of training. If it happens off screen, it doesn't count, you know? Also, what a dumb volume. We introduce... I hate this shot. I hate this shot. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I hate this. I hate this. I hate these poses. I think it's goofy. I hate that we stay stuck on this screen for too long. They linger in this... And, like, the longer we linger, the more you realize that these poses are supposed to be ha-ha funny. I hate them. Hate it. I like steamrolled myself into multiple different hate pits and I don't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, we introduced Oscar in Volume 4. Now finally, this is the time he gets to hang out with the real characters. He's not stuck by himself for the rest of it, you know? There's other characters around him that he can talk to and engage with. And since he's going to be a very important main character now, we should start developing the friendships with him and the other main characters. But no, every scene that is important where Oscar is in it, he just immediately makes himself Ozpin. It's just a scene, it's just a volume filled with Ozpin instead. And Oscar never gets the opportunity to really hang out or talk or develop with any of these characters. Such a shame. Thank you. Thank you, Matamer? Matt. Thank you. Do you think Miles and Bernie saw the writing on the wall and decided to distance themselves, making it seem natural without causing an uproar? Okay. So it's all speculation. I don't know. I think Bernie got a lot of money and then didn't care anymore. I think he got an inflated ego and a whole lot of money, and then he didn't care about doing dumb internet things, and he just wanted to go and be a millionaire in his mansion with all his money, and he thought he was bigger than whatever the show had become. That's what I think happened with Bernie. I'll answer the second part, but first, thank you, M3D. They should have hampered on RWBY's impulsiveness. Physical training in training arcs is a stand-in for recognizing and overcoming character flaws. Yes. Yes. Like, there's so many other things with RWBY specifically. Like I was talking about before, but then, like, your example here, having her, like, focus more, you know, she's an upbeat, bouncy individual, maybe sometimes a little too, like, carefree and outgoing for what should be a serious combative moment, and maybe she needs to focus. I don't know. Maybe she needs to not dive into the middle of battle. They even set up this really great idea, like, because in the volume 4, Crow's like, don't fight, I'm fighting Tyrion, and RWBY jumps in to fight anyway, and that's how Crow got hurt. So they could have, like, played in with that idea of learning when not to fight, learning your other ways you could be useful, learning to fight from a distance, learning to help and support others, but no, they don't. And then the second part of Monomer's comment with Miles. I think Miles probably did see the writing on the wall, and probably realized that his career wasn't going anywhere with Rooster Teeth. You know, if anything, it was just dragging him down more, right? Like, RWBY started out good, and then it got bad, and then a lot of people still really blame him for everything. Him and Carrie. And yeah, they're the writers. So that makes sense. But I think he realized, like, keeping his name attached to RWBY and only Rooster Teeth as a whole was not really moving him forward in his career. So I think, yeah, that's when he decided to, like, start branching out and doing more. Having it be, like, a step forward rather than being the thing. I don't think anyone should aspire to only stay in one place for forever. Especially with Rooster Teeth. This was also the volume where Grey Haddock came in and ruined everything ever for everybody. And he stole a bunch of money from other assets and resources, and even though RWBY was their biggest cash cow and everyone loved it, he wanted to make his dumb mech anime, and RWBY's quality plummeted. So, thanks, Grey. Remember when RWBY Chibi was a thing? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. They really... it's weird. So, okay. So, RWBY Chibi. This is also the only fight we've had since the B fight. Pretty sure. So that's great. Yeah, with RWBY Chibi, everyone was real salty because they were like, I miss the fun shenanigans from volumes 1 through 3. I liked the lighthearted moments of the characters being characters. And Rooster Teeth went, oh, should we, like, put some personality back into our scripts? Should we make the characters actually feel like people? Maybe have moments of brevity and lightheartedness every now and then? No. We need to be too edgy. The most edginess, drama, edgelord, edge. We'll have our goofy stuff be a completely separate thing entirely. And it'll be so over-the-top goofy that it doesn't even become fun anymore. And it'll have the ugliest animation ever. Thoughts on Yang's outfit now that she's ditched the coat flaps? The coat flaps were definitely the ugliest element, and getting rid of them helps a lot, but it is still a painfully top-heavy look on Yang, and yeah, okay, top-heavy. Every single time I say Yang looks top-heavy, I get the same comment 100 times of people being like, Neon said it, top-heavy, okay, yes, we're all very funny. It's a funny joke, but sometimes, yes, she's top-heavy. She has a lot going on her torso. There's a lot of colors and patterns and stripes and things going a lot of different directions, and it doesn't really help emphasize her weapons very well. It's just a very try-hard outfit. It doesn't tell me anything about this character, you know? Like, if I didn't know who Yang was, this wouldn't tell me what her personality is. This sounds like a character who's trying too hard. This is it. This is their one training scene. Wow. Look at them go. Wow. Thrills. Thank you again, Ranger. Wow. The moment you realize for each redhead they kill, we get a season of RWBY Chibi. No! The redheads were sacrifices to the Chibi gods. No! Oh man, it's true. It's true. They killed Penny and Pyrrha and Torchwick. And then we got the first 3 seasons of RWBY Chibi. And then they killed Penny again, and we got the 4th season. Aw, man. Honestly, these Volume 2 outfits could have been used for the anima arc. They could have just been used in general. Because they're so cool. It's such a shame that they only existed for, like, 3 episodes. It's such a shame. It's also a shame... So I was talking about this a lot a couple of streams ago, about how... It would be nice if they went the extra effort to, have, like, alt outfits for the characters. Like, having pajamas, for example. Or having, like, casual outfits that don't have all the layers on them. Especially when they're inside and resting, supposedly. And it's like, yeah, especially when you think back to Volume 2... where they had an entirely different, like, outfit. Like, they had a whole new look for a random adventure in the middle of it. And it's like, yeah, if they could get whole new outfits for, like that volume, then why couldn't they get, like, alt variations of their outfits now? Why can't they have casual versions of what they're wearing? Especially, like, with Volume 2 especially. They have their normal outfits that they wear. Then they have their alt cool outfits they have during the Paladin fight. Then they also have their uniforms, and everyone got, like, special, like, add-ons to their uniforms to make them, like, a little bit different. Like, RWBY has her cape, Yang has her gloves, etc., etc. Things like that. And then also everyone got their prom outfits in that volume. That's 4 outfits in one volume. And we can't even give them, like, pajamas or casual outfits now. With all their time and budget... We can't even be bothered. Well, of course, they don't have any time or budget. That's really the biggest thing. That we could tell, especially with last time with Volume 4, that Volume 4, they got in the habit of rushing things out at the last second. Characters stood still more often than not. Like, there would be moments of things happening, but more often than not, a character would be standing still. You know, cut out the shading and lighting in scenes to, like, speed up their rendering process. And you could tell that they were getting to the point that they were trying to rush things out, so you would have a finished product on time. It's specifically with the last episode of Volume 4, when RWBY's writing her letter, and all of the shots we see are basically, like, repeats of things we've seen sooner. Like, specifically, Ilya jumps onto a rooftop to bow to the Albane brothers in the middle of the night. And you can tell it's, like, the same rooftop that her and Blake were doing their chase sequence in. They're just reusing it now for this other moment with Ilya and the Albane brothers, because they had no other time to, like, make a new location for them to meet up or anything like that. And you could tell that they were able to get away with it for the most part with Volume 4. And then Volume 5 was where they really tried to get away with it, but they also, like, they didn't. They tried to get away with it, but Volume 5 was where it didn't. It came back and really bit them in the ass, where everything's very lazy. Like, this training area that they're at here, I think it's just the elevator that they take to get up to the top of the cliff from episode 1. It might be, like, they might have added some things to it, like the vines. We'll see once we get past our stupid Cascade ad. I hate this commercial because she's so sassy. It feels like she's bullying me. Like she's like, remember the last time your food came out of the dishwasher with your dishes came out of the dishwasher with food on them? Because I don't. And I'm like, stop yelling at me. I'm doing my best. But, oh, sorry, we need one more. Yeah, like, you can tell that's why they have the apartment that they're all staying in, and every set is reused, and the lighting doesn't change. Like, we'll see a scene later in episode 9, I believe, where Raven shows up to talk to Lionheart about their plans to infiltrate and whatever. And you can tell it's the same exact set from episode 1, when Team RWBY went to talk to Lionheart, because it's lit the exact same way. It looks exactly the same. The lighting, the color, everything, it's exactly the same. So you can tell that they're just reusing shots over and over. Locations, lighting setup, everything. All about it. And it's very, very lazy. And the thing is, it's very lazy, but they also had a lot to do. There are several locations they had to make here. They had, woman, I can wash dishes better than you. Me, I cry and use my tears to wash my dishes. Yeah, it's like they had a lot they had to make the bandit camp, they had to make all these bandit background characters, they had to make all the menagerie background characters, they had to make all of Haven, and the apartment everyone stays in, and that, like, auditorium room where the final fight happens, and they had to make Raven's bedroom inside of her tent over there. They had to make the floating island location for Weiss's bee fight. Then they had to make the, like, jungle that she crashes in, which is probably also the same forest area Yang had her fight earlier here. They had a lot to make, but then they also rushed a lot of things. So I think the thing was they understood how many things they needed to make for the volume to do the story they wanted it to do, but it was more than what they expected. Because I remember Carrie said something during one of the commentaries. I think it was the commentary of the Volume 4 or Volume 5. I don't remember. But Carrie was talking about how, we're learning to, like, you need to make all of your assets, like, beforehand. You need to get started on working that right away. And assets means, like, the backgrounds and the props and things. And it's like, yeah, no shit. And, like, duh, obviously. Do you not... It's so, like, when you're making a show, making all of the things that go in it takes longer and requires more time and effort than I expected. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, Volume 5 was when they reached a point of fame where they thought they could be complacent and lazy. And you can really, really tell. And unfortunately, they weren't famous enough to, like, that wasn't enough to make it, like, forgivable. You know? I think they thought, like, if it was RWBY related, everyone was going to like it no matter what. And so their, like, quality standards lowered a bunch. Because they also, like, they didn't need to release it when they did. They rushed it. They half-assed their plot, their script, and then they rushed their animation, and that's why it's, like, a subpar volume. That's why it's a very, very bad volume. But no one told them to. There was no executive standing over them, telling them they needed to release the episodes when they did. They made those decisions. And this was at the point in time where if they sat there and went, hey, we thought the volume was going to be ready by now, but turns out it's a lot more than we expected, we need more time. If they would have just said that, if they would have taken 2 years to put out Volume 5, it probably would have been a way better volume. But instead they were like, we need to rush it out because this is our cash cow. We need to throw it out there as soon as possible because this is the thing that makes us the money. So hurry, half-ass those animations, quickly rush through things, And instead, it ended up being this mess. And this is probably the thing that was the first of the biggest blows that led to Rooster Teeth's destruction. Because a lot of people stopped watching RWBY after this one. In chat, tell me, right now, let me know how many people you know stopped watching RWBY after Volume 5. Or if you stopped after Volume 5. Even if you went back and decided to, like, get caught back up after a while. Was Volume 5 the thing that inspired you or people like you've talked to stop watching RWBY? I need some more water. And you should get water too. Mr. Leaf Canary, I had canon that Raven used to have short and messy hair when she was at Beacon, since there's photos when they're adults. Yeah, it's weird that the photo is them as adults, but short, crazy hair would be really cute on Raven. Like really, like, big bananas hair that's just wild and untamable. That'd be adorable. That'd be really cute, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Raven's gorgeous. Every fan art is good of Raven. Stopped after 5, stopped at 5, stopped at 4. Brothers stopped at 5, yeah. Yeah. Few friends who got hooked on 3 and 4 definitely slowed down. Not stopped, but didn't watch every week anymore after 5. Yeah. Volume 4. Volume 5, episode 2, a specific one. Yeah. Volume 6, okay. End of Volume 2 was where I stopped for the first time, because they admit they're confused at the end, and I was too. Yeah, that was a bad ending. Volume 2's ending was pretty bad. Yeah. Volume 5, like, the thing is, this is where they learned the fame of RWBY wasn't gonna save them forever. And this is the thing that started to kill it. Like, RWBY was their biggest thing, their cash cow. Their servers would, like, crash because of how many people were visiting the Rooster Teeth website to watch the newest episodes. And then Volume 5 came out and was terrible, and suddenly, it's not their guaranteed cash cow anymore. They tried to do that. Why give her the sword? Why go into the tent? What, like, this is so dumb. She should have used the sword as leverage. She should have been like, you two, come into the tent if you want information. I want to talk to you. And they're like, no, we won't. And then they hold up Weiss's rapier, and they're like, if you want this back, you better come into the tent and talk to me. Hear me out. And they're like, oh, okay. It's also weird. This whole plot point is horrible and stupid, and I hate it. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I ranted about other things over top of it, but I really hate the notion of Yang went to find her mommy because her mommy has a super semblance that gets her to her sister, rather than finding her sister, which she knew RWBY was going to Haven, right? Like, I don't think finding RWBY would have been that hard. Especially because Yang was like, I could never find Raven. I've been looking for her. Never found her. And then this volume, she finds her immediately. Like, she instantly finds Raven after, like, 3 seconds. We start the volume with Yang falling randomly in front of one of the bandits who magically happens to be in Raven's tribe. And magically, they immediately point her directly to Raven. So Raven apparently wasn't that hard to find. And Yang spent years of her life looking for her for nothing, because apparently she was just right there. Because she didn't want to talk to Raven. That's the other thing. She was like, I want to find my mommy. And then they don't even talk to each other. She doesn't ask her questions. They don't find clarifications for anything. Raven just, like, babbles non-words at Yang. Like, Ozpin's evil. You need to ask more questions, Yang. Because Ozpin's evil. I can become a bird. Ozpin's bad. And she, like, says that 700 times. And Yang's like, I like my dad. And then she sends her to RWBY. And it was stupid. It was pointless. It was pointless. That's a dumb way to do the finale of Yang finding her mommy arc. Because it was dumb. Yang talked talked about looking for Raven back in Volume 2, and it's like, well, what is she gonna do when she finds Raven? And their end of that arc was she finds Raven just to use her portals to teleport to RWBY. That's goofy. A horrible volume. I hate the volume. Okay, the scene is kind of cute to see. Those Volume 5 does have some good moments. It's only a once in a while thing, and there's a reason as to why people used to say Volume 5 is the worst. Yeah. Yes. I don't think I think, like, some people say Volume 8's worse. Like, we mentioned that in the beginning. But I think, like, as a general... Hi. Hi, Pink Cupcake. Also, hi to you, too. As a general, I think the fan base can generally agree that Volume 5 is the worst, or at least one of the worsts. Okay, so Sun just said, how can they just sit around and wait for the enemy to attack? And then Blake's like, not everyone is like you and me. Flash forward to the hundreds of times them and the rest of the heroes is gonna sit on their asses and do nothing but wait for the villains to attack. It's so goofy. There's a good idea in there to show Yang is over Raven and focusing on her family who stayed, but A, Blake, B, the finale. Yes, and yes. It's, you're right, it is also. It's too slow. Volume 5 is better than Volume 8 is better than Volume 5, but I think it's because Volume 5 was just too slow. Like, this episode is also 16 minutes and 57, it's 17 minutes long. And it's nothing. It's so nothing. It's meandering conversations, and that's the worst part. A lot of it is characters just sitting down talking, and it's fine if they're just sitting around talking, that's okay, but they're not even saying good things to each other. Like this conversation. Blake sits down and says, I like to boil my friends down into single one-word, like, ideas for them. And it's like, okay, that's weird. No one does that. And Sun's like, okay, so what's your words for your friends? And it's like the most basic, boring thing. RWBY is purity. Yang is strong. Weiss is defiant. And it's like, we're wasting our whole screen time on this? Adam was spite. We know. What are we doing? We're just having Blake sit there and pull up the wiki and reading, like, the basic descriptions of the characters from the wiki? Is that what this scene is? We're not establishing anything new about the characters she's talking about, and we're not, like, building anything new about Blake as a character. We're not even talking about Ilya. The thing she talks about in this scene with Ilya is hinting to what we see in the Blake character short at the beginning of Volume 5. But not only, if you watched that character short, you would already know this information, but Blake doesn't even talk about the important parts of that short, either. She doesn't talk about Ilya's parents, or like, the reasoning behind her. Like, she just says vague nothings. It's like, Ilya's a chameleon. She is in the White Fang. She's got conflicted emotions. Like, yeah! Like, it's not even hand-holding at this point. It's at this point I think the writers were just actually stupid. That or they thought the audience was stupid and wouldn't be able to grasp, like, the basic concepts. I don't understand having a scene where your characters are sitting there talking to each other, and the only thing you have them say is things we can obviously see on the screen. Like, okay, picture this. Picture this. Lord of the Rings. Frodo, Sam are captured by Faramir. He captures them, you know, and then they throw them into, they're captured by Faramir, and Faramir's like, what are you doing? Are you spies for the enemy? And Frodo goes, no, I am a hobbit. I am a nice guy from the Shire. I didn't want to go on a quest, but I did anyway. This is Sam. He's also a hobbit. He's my friend. He's my gardener. He's a little stronger than I am. We knew Boromir. He was a human. Like it's just like, could you imagine? Like, just, like, that scene is a good scene. Faramir kidnapping, not kidnapping, like, capturing Sam and Frodo. Because that's the moment they learn Boromir's dead. And you get to see that moment of their reaction to this guy that they were friends with, but they had some conflicted feelings about. He's dead, and Faramir is his brother. And Faramir might have the same, like, somewhat sinister machinations that Boromir had. It's not a good scene because they just say things the audience already knows. Thank you, M3D. Hold on. Put on your tinfoil hat, request. Do you think, real quick, I get it. Do you think Blake's word thing is the writers accidentally admitting how they go about doing characterization? I 100% yes. 100%. Like, I've seen so many behind-the-scenes things where, especially early on with Volume 1, where they were talking about, like, how they thought about, like, defining the different characterizations for them. And you can just tell that they don't really know how to actually define characters. Like, they're like, oh, we'll think about what kind of beverages they like. And it's like, yeah, that's a cool place to explore. That's an interesting place to start. But it begins and ends there. And you can really tell just, like, looking at the way they write every character. Everyone is, like, one personality. Everyone has one trait, and they just reiterate that trait over and over and over again. They don't think of, like, complexities with their characters, which is probably also, it doesn't help that they have, like, 1 million of them. You don't have the time to fully make a character a believable, fleshed out individual when there's 7,000 people on screen. So making them a caricature. Okay, hold on. I need a drink. I'm still on this rant. 1 second. They said in the beginning they wanted to write the characters in a way where they seem like one-note kind of stereotypy. And then as the show goes on, you would see how much more developed they are. Like, their example was, Jean is the funny one, or Yang is the party girl one. And so the idea that first you would meet them and you would think they would be, like, shallow and one note, but then as you move on, you see the depths of their character. I get that idea, but that shouldn't be a thing you write. You shouldn't write with that mentality. That's just a thing the audience will perceive. Because an audience is never going to see the full depths of a character when we first meet them. Only by watching the show and paying attention to it will we finally, like, see everything that the show has for that character. So, yeah, you can introduce a character and have them be funny, but you shouldn't write them to be that way. You know? You should come in with the idea of, like, having the bigger depths for the character. Also, the way, and the worst thing is, with Blake's, like, little, like, thing, I mean, purity, defiance, and strength, is that that's been the way she's defined them for years. And that's been the way the show's defined them for years. It just really shows that your cast has not developed. Like, they sit there and say they want them to have bigger depths as characters and be more fleshed out. But the fact that Blake can pinpoint these basic, vague descriptions for these characters, and that defines them all the way through the show. Until maybe Volume 9, but Volume 9's just kind of weird. Strength, defiant, and pure is the biggest thing to define these characters. And the fact that you can so easily see those, because, like, you imagine trying to, like, find a single word definition of any of your friends. Like, any of them. I find it impossible. Because people are more complex than that. And it just highlights how RWBY characters are not complex at all. I can't even think of ways to do that for, like, other story characters. Like, What's a single word you could use to describe Katara? There's no one word that encompasses who she is in her entirety. You could pick a word like maternal, but there's also many other aspects to her. She's also sisterly. She's also, like, dedicated, fierce, strong. Just maternal wouldn't cover it. And then you have characters like Toph, which is strong, metal bend. I don't like. There's so much more, and they don't need have the characters sit there and insist on these characters developing, because we can just see them developing. Okay, the Albane brothers. I talked about them last time. They're just so boring. What a wasted potential. I'm working on my AU. I've gotten real hung up on my last, like, episode or two. I jammed through writing the majority of the Volume 1 script, and then I'm on the finale now, and I got, like, nervous. And I'm like, okay, I need to really pay attention and make sure I do it good. I also have to go back through it and do, like, a second like draft to, like, add things and fix things, because that's something I do that Rooster Teeth doesn't do, is I go through and fix my first drafts, which you can tell Rooster Teeth doesn't, and that's why everything feels very first drafty. That's why things will be suddenly revealed or have some kind of implication of depth at the end of the volume, because they realized, we could make it work this way, and they don't go back to the beginning to help, like, bolster that development. They just expect you to headcanon it. Yeah, Eric. Katara. Brave, motherly, empathetic, resourceful, leader, hot-headed, stubborn. Yeah, all words that perfectly fit Katara, but not any one of them would encapsulate all of her. I saw someone say water. I'll give you that. I guess water is the Katara word. Yeah, okay, yeah. Vivavoxy. Spooky cult guys. They totally seem like they should be in a cult. I don't think they are, though. I don't know what they're worshipping. If they even are. I don't know why they have different uniforms compared to other White Fang members. It's never explained. Like, there's, like, a whole thing going on here, but we never talk about it. Why have these characters and not do anything with them? Well, they could have been just Banesaw. We could have scrapped these two and had just Lieutenant Banesaw. And it would have been no different. Any ideas on Oscar in my AU? Yes. Yes. A lot. A lot of, like, hey, let's have this guy actually talk to people. Introducing him way sooner. Way sooner. I think characters like Oscar are the most fun to write, because he has so much of a no personality in the show that you can kind of just do whatever you want with him. You can write him however you want, so long as he's generally nice, and that would be, like, totally in line with what Oscar would do. They could have them worship that Faunuscon thing from Fairy Tail. Yes, Tori. Yes. That would be a great idea. But but it was all planned from the beginning. But clearly they didn't think about that yet. They hadn't come up with a god of animals concept yet. So, we're not gonna lean into that idea. It would make a lot of sense, but oops. Oopsie poops. This is also dumb. I didn't understand this scene initially. I didn't realize that they were watching, like, a video voice message. I thought he was just on hold on the call. It was a weird way of doing it. They've never had that again, where a character is, like, giving them a message like Obi-Wan Kenobi, you know? Where you see their whole body with their like, digitized self leaving a message for someone. That's never been a thing before or since. Yeah, here's the Batman. Here's Yuma. There he is. He's here now. It's Yuma. There's no background music in this volume either. It's so lame. Like, at least usually with RWBY, you can have, like, a background volume, like, background music to be like, that was good. It's not the worst soundtrack RWBY's ever had. That, Volume 8 does take the cake with that one. Remember how, they had a song on the Volume 8 soundtrack that was literally 38 seconds long? Remember how cool that was? Wasn't that great? Ho hum, waiting for the ads. The ads is the worst part. 100%. Oh, hi SG. What happened to the witch avatar? I'm this now. I'm the pumpkin patch gremlin. I took a potion, and at nighttime, I look like this. Aren't I pretty? I think I'm very pretty. I'm very in love with this design. Yeah, hologram? I guess. Yeah, it is Lanny Pator. It's Nick Landis. They got him to be Yuma, which I don't get. Okay, so they waste money getting voice actors on all kinds of stuff. Like, how they got, I was mentioning it last time, how Kaiji Tang was Ren's dad for, like, 5 lines. And I was like, okay, that's weird. But they got Nick Landis, and they also got, I don't remember his, like, real name, Kaiser, also from Team 4-Star. They got them, who are professional voice actors. And they're also, like, really well-known voice actors, not only because of their professional work, but also because they're very well-known for their Dragon Ball Z abridged work on Team 4-Star. And they're not in the show. Like, there are several background characters. Like, Lanny Pator is also this guy. This, like, barkeep dude. Like, he's random background characters with, like, maybe, like, collaboratively, maybe 10 lines of dialogue total. And it's weird that they got such noticeable, iconic voice actors who are very, like, well-loved to be, like, the most randomest background people. And I think it's even worse with Kaiser, because he's not even, like, a notable character. Like, at least, like, Lanny was Yuma. Why? It's like how they got Amma Lee, you know, like a Monarch, the VTuber, Amma Lee, the amazing vocalist and singer. They got Amma Lee, and she was the stepsisters in Cinder's backstory, where she had, like, a line of dialogue. Why would you do that? And she didn't sing on their soundtrack. Why would you get this, like, cool voice actor who's famous and everyone loves and have them be a random background character? Why? Like, at that point, just get someone in, like, your production company. Like, remember how, like the voice of Melanie and Milsha Malachite was just one of the animators. I don't remember her name, but she was just one of the animators. She just voiced Melanie and Milsha because they had, like, 3 lines total, and they could just get, you know, just get someone who could do a line. But they got Amma Lee, a big-name voice actress, and paid her the, like, money to show up and record lines for 3 lines total. Just get a random animator. There's hundreds of people who was working at Rooster Teeth. Just grab somebody and have them record a few lines. It's bonkers. Crazy. So stupid. I don't understand. Why did Rooster Teeth lose all of their money? We'll never know. Anyway, did you get that really popular, famous voice actress to do her 1 line of dialogue? Did you make sure to pay her a bunch of money for it? Good. Well done. Maggie Tomini. Yeah, yes. She did a great job, honestly. Yeah, she was just one of their animators. But why? They already did that with half of the cast. Half of everyone else is voiced by just people who are friends or partners / spouses or children of other people already working on the show. Like, Raven is just voiced by Matt Hullum's wife. So just, why? Whatever. Whatever. I guess they thought having a big name voice actor or actress to market the show in any capacity was worth it. But yeah, whatever. Thank you, Godzilla. The fact they wasted abridged Vegeta is a sin, and they wasted the actual Vegeta too. Oh, they did! I totally forgot! That's what, yeah, it's Watts! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man. I was watching The Bees with Team Jacked yesterday. We finally finished it. We got to volume 9. And I was thinking about it. Every villain is killed by another villain. The heroes have not succeeded in any capacity. Let's go through them all. Torchwick was eaten by Grimm. Grimm are villains. Grimm is Salem's pets. That she is a villain. Torchwick was eaten by a villain. Torchwick died by villain's hands. RWBY did nothing to stop him. Guys, my dogs showed up and immediately started, sniffing around. So there's Torchic. Who else died? I guess Adam is the only one who wasn't killed by villain's hands. We'll give them that. Adam, the one. Then there's Watts, who Cinder killed, died by villain's hands. Hazel, who Salem killed, died by villain's hands. Vernal, who was an anti-hero at best, but yeah, she's a villain, died by Cinder, died by villain's hands. Neo jumped down into the tree herself, so she's quote-unquote dead, but that was her own doing, and she's a villain, so died by villain's hands. The cat, Neo killed the cat, she's a villain, died by villain's hands. Vine was an anti-hero, along with the rest of the Aesops, and he also did it himself, and he was technically, so yeah, again, not heroic hands, at the very least. So, yeah, every single villain that has been stopped, except for Adam, has been because other villains did it. Team RWBY might as well not exist, because they have done nothing to lead to the deaths of the majority of the villainous cast. Sorry. The Curious Cat didn't deserve to die like that, especially not to Neo, who's frankly worse, since she's intentionally drove RWBY to die, which is morally reprehensible. Yes, all of that. Especially when you learn, the cat if the cat could have just ascended, it probably would have helped, but he didn't. He couldn't. So that's dumb. And then Neo will get... We'll talk about Volume 9 when we get there, but it is all ludicrously bad. Oh yeah, Jacques was killed by Ironwood. That's another villain's hands. And then Ironwood was killed because Atlas fell, and that was Cinder and Salem were the cause of that. Villain's hands. At the most, you could say Team RWBY was making Atlas fall, but they only were doing it because Cinder and Salem were there. Every single villain, except for Adam. That is the only victory Team RWBY has had, is Adam. Everyone else was the other villains doing those things. Great job, team. What a good proactive cast. It's so weird. I don't want to talk about the scene because I hate it. I hate it so much. Thank God we're barreling towards a Tide ad at Mach speed. Yes, save me, commercials. I can't stand this scene. This is the worst episode. They're all the worst. It's not the worst episode. The next episode's the worst episode. But it's such a nothing burger of a scene. Raven's dialogue is meandering and pointless, and Yang's dialogue is meaningless, and Weiss barely speaks, so why is she even there? They don't say anything worthwhile. It doesn't mean anything. All it is Raven is hinting at things that we, the audience, already knows about. With, like Ozpin being magic, but she insists it's a bad thing. but she doesn't explain why. She just tells Yang to think for it for her. Like, it's bad. Trust me. You do your own research. And she just accepts that. Yang just goes full in, like, I don't trust Ozpin anymore. Because she's a sponge and an idiot. It's dumb. It's all dumb. Okay, hold up. Weiss just said one of the youngest headmasters appointed to the school. He was a prodigy. I said in my character short that Ozpin is old, and people used that line to imply that they thought he wasn't old. He just has gray hair. She's talking about when he was first admitted as a headmaster. Like, he's not, like, when that first happened, long ago. He's been a headmaster for a long while. Yes, he was a young man and a prodigy when he first became a headmaster, but that isn't now. That's what they're saying with this scene. Also, why is her tent so huge? Just make a building at that point. Don't make it a tent. Like, set up a real building, then. I hate that they never have Raven say why she left. It's such a letdown to Yang's story and a slap in the face to anyone who cared about the plot. Yeah. Yes. Honestly, a lot of the stuff around Team Stark, 100%. is lame and not well developed, and they should have been talked about more. Like, we can't, like, we're finally, ooh, Summer Rose! I don't care at this point. I don't care about why she left or her secret hidden mission. Boo, boo! I don't care. I don't care, because it's been years. I do not care about these women anymore. Why did Raven leave her family? Now that she has amazing magical bird powers? If she thinks Ozpin's such an evil bad man, a big evil bad guy, why didn't she take her daughter with her instead of just abandoning her? It's because Raven's a loser and a coward, and they didn't think about any of it through, and the only thing I can imagine is Raven is just a trash mom who just abandons her children because she doesn't understand responsibility, and she's a loser and lame, and no one likes her, and she probably smells bad. And because I hate Raven. I can't understand the people that like her so much. Like, she's not a good character. She's pretty. I've admitted that many times. I just said earlier, like maybe 30 minutes ago, that I think she's a really pretty looking character. Fan art is always gorgeous. But as an actual person, as an actual character, she's lame. She's an obnoxious loser at best, and most of the time she just babbles nothingness. And is a horrible, wandering loser who is not cool. She isn't a good leader. She's not interesting. That's it. She abandoned her daughter because she's a giant baby coward, and she talks about strength when she's actually a loser who's afraid of everything, and she's too much of a coward to face the people she claims are so bad. I hate her. I don't understand how people like her so much. It's just goofy. That's the worst thing. We're 2 hours in. We're barreling towards 2 hours. And we're halfway through this volume. And nothing's happened. Nothing has happened. Nothing significant. The most significant thing that's going to happen will be them reuniting with RWBY. Everything else is, like, slowly creeping forward at a snail's pace as we have one meandering plot with the next, and, like, pointless dialogue. It's just such a nothing volume. I remember being so frustrated. What do you mean, how did you do that? This world has magic. I don't understand the writing choice of making magic real. I don't understand, because semblances basically are magic, and the idea of quote-unquote real magic isn't any different from semblances, and so the fact people are amazed by it makes no sense in universe. No one should be surprised by anything, because in this world, there was a girl rollerblading around with magical rainbow farts trailing behind her. Being able to turn into a bird should not be that startling. Thank you again, M3D. Imagine if Stark were actually important, like they had some super consequential mission that played a large part in shaping the current plot. Yes, and a lot of people really like believing that. That's what a lot of people, me, myself included, we wanted, like, a Stark prequel. Because it feels like Stark were important. They talk about Ozpin's secrets. Ooh, they got magic, special superpowers from Ozpin. They know all the things. So it like, the implication is that Team Stark had a really important role in the events that leads to what Team RWBY goes through. But I think as Team Stark prequel, if that is true, it would be much more interesting, because Team RWBY is very, like, meandering. They just kind of, like, float into plot points. Well, Team Stark, I can only imagine, had more of, like, an actual purpose with what they were going for. Like, Team RWBY's playing catch-up on their story. They just need to learn about all the magic and secrets and whatever after the fact, while the implication is that Team Stark would be there learning about it in real time as it was happening. So that feels like a much more proactive concept for a story. So yeah, I understand why me and everyone else wanted more Team Stark. I don't know why they never leaned into that, because that's really, like, the fan base was really clear about it, too. Everyone wanted it. Everyone talked about Team Stark all the time. They wanted Team Stark everywhere. Everyone had so much fan art and, like, fan fictions, and they talked about it a lot, and Rooster Teeth saw all that, and still was like, nah, we won't show you what Summer Rose looks like. And when we finally do, it's going to be a really lazy, alt-colored version of RWBY's current outfit from Volume 5. Because we can half-ass things and get away with it. Because that's their business model. Cheap out and go as lazy as possible and see if you can get away with it. Thank you, Cardcaptor17. Nice. What if Team Stark failed at Mountain Glen? That'd be fun. Like, that was part of the reason why Mountain Glen, like, fell. Okay. New rant activated. Thank you, Cardcaptor. I think it is infinitely more interesting when the heroes occasionally lose. When the heroes don't succeed, like, if they go about a mission and it doesn't work out. I think that is more interesting, because the way characters bounce back from losses can be the new success. Like, they don't have to lose and that's the end of it. But they can lose and then find new success in the step after that. Like, how to fix the mistakes from the fallout of their loss, you know? So, and Team RWBY never lose. Like, Pyrrha died. Other than the characters who die, like, generally everything goes pretty well for them. They don't struggle. They don't have to, like, fight very hard. Things just get handed to them. And what's worse is they sit there and whine and complain when things are slightly hard. Like, that's their biggest problem with, like, Ironwood and things like that, is that they sit there and whine because, oh, boo, it's not as easy as I want it to be. It can't be like a fairy tale. Why can't we just save everybody? Your shift ended, you're free! Hooray, overhyping! Woohoo! Why can't it be like a fairy tale where everyone is saved automatically? We have to put in effort. We have to actually do our job. That sounds like a lot more work than I thought it was gonna be. And it's weird because, like, they write them like that. They've written their characters to be, like, whiny and complainy and be upset at having to do the barest minimum of work. And I can understand, like, having a character you can empathize with, because you also wish things could be a lot easier than what they are. But why would you have all of your characters constantly whining and crying? Wouldn't you want them to be like go-getters? Be like the ones who have the passion to do the job and do it right? It's so weird. Anyway, it's time for the actual worst episode of the entire show ever. And there's not a single good thing about this episode. This is the worst episode in the history of media. I don't know about that, but it's horrible. It's an annoying scene. Ruby's voice is at its worst, especially when she laughs. She just screeches like a parakeet that's being tortured. It's this horrible screeching laugh to things that are not funny. And it's just a kid sitting around, barely moving, looking ugly as hell, and they're just saying things we saw. And they're not reacting to the things. Like, yeah, Weiss is sitting here talking about her almost summoning the Borbatusk against the lady. But we're not seeing their response to that concept. They're just, ha 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 ha. That's lame. Also, that annoys me. If we're on the nitpick track, we might as well talk about everything, right? Okay, hold on. Do you see this? Why are you not eating the eggs? It was a giant pot filled with, like, ramen and stuff, with several hard-boiled eggs. Why are you guys not eating the eggs? The eggs are not gonna last. Get them. Eat those ones first. You don't want warm eggs sitting around, like, not being eaten. You'll just have to throw them out. You suck, and you guys are stupid, and I hate these characters, and I hate this scene. And then, yeah, like, Yang showing off her arm, that should be a big moment. But no, we once again just treat it like a ugly, dumb gag. It's stupid and ugly and goofy, and just have the people scream and laugh. That makes it funny, right? If they just sit there and scream and laugh, that'll make everyone think this is a really, really funny, cool show. And, like, why would you have Yang pop off her arm? And they say in the commentary it was meant to, like, set up the idea of her being able to detach it with the thing with Mercury later, which is stupid. It's stupid that that's a plot point they go with during that Mercury moment to begin with. But also, this moment, by setting it up, having it, like, launch Nora backwards implies that it has a launch feature. But what actually has happened is the strength of Nora's arm threw her backwards, which is stupid. That's not how that works. And then they just scream and laugh, and I hate it. It's stupid. This was like her big traumatic moment with her arm, and she had to go through. It's a part of me. It's gone now. She said those words. And now here she is, throwing her robo arm at her friends and laughing. And stop laughing, Ruby. Your voice is the worst. It's an annoying, terrible voice. Why did no one tell Lindsay that their performance was garbage? Why did no one sit there and say, hey, Lindsay, that was a good take, but it's a little bit like nails on a chalkboard. So can you perhaps try it again without screeching like a banshee? Because we want people to like this character. You know, we want people to like Ruby Rose. She's not getting any lines of dialogue or development, so we have to try to, like, make her cute enough to be likable on her own merit. And your horrible, screeching, wailing performance isn't helping. So maybe try it again. Oh, and now it's time for to have Ren sit down and just really insist our characters have developed a lot. We're so much stronger, smarter, and kinder. We've all grown a whole lot. We're growing so much like we're big grown-ups now. No, you haven't. Nothing's happened. You haven't grown at all. Just because you sit there and have a character insisting, oh yeah, we've really written a story, that doesn't mean it's true. And also, you can tell it's not true because he doesn't even give examples. He's just like, we're better now. We're smarter than we used to be. And it's like, oh really, how? Tell me. Because none of... If I could tell you were stronger, smarter, and kinder, I would be able to just think about the show and understand that. But the fact that you have friends sit there and say it just makes me think about the show and realize how that's not true. They just once again are... It's like Blake with her stupid dialogue. Oh, Ruby is purity. It's that thing where having your character sit there and say it just brings attention to how poorly written it is. And now this part, where everyone's all moody, broody, pissy for no good reason. Like Yang is upset, but rather than, like, confront the man she's supposedly upset at, Ozpin... Thank God. Thank God I need some, like, clothing cleaning ads right now. Rather than confront Ozpin about the things she's learned, her response is to sit there with her arms crossed on the couch and I'm not gonna look at you as I throw my little tantrum. Like, that's your solution? Really? I'm pissy and mad. Boo. I'm not gonna eat my dinner. Like, it's such a pissy little baby tantrum moment. And it's like, if you want her to be upset, have her, like, actually show, like, why... They went with that route because it was easy to animate also. If she sits still with her arms crossed, one, it's easy to animate that, because you can hide their hands, or you don't have to move their fingers too much. Just have her sit still, because if anyone moves, that's more animation, and they are rushing this episode out in the last couple of hours, so we gotta get this out as fast as possible. No one move whatsoever. So having Yang just sit there like a baby, pouting, being like, you gave my mommy superpowers, how dare you? It's a dumb thing for her to be mad at, also. And it's dumb that any of them pretend like it's something they should be mad at. You gave them superpowers. How dare? And it's like, what do you mean? It's also not like he forced them to have superpowers. He didn't sit there and, like, I will force my bird magic onto you. Like, it's goofy. That's goofy dumb. And Ozpin has this performance is awful. And Aaron Dismuke is usually better, but it doesn't help that this dialogue is ass. Like, the things he's saying is such, like, nothing salad. It's just word salad. He's just saying random things that don't mean anything. And it's like, I gave them the ability to see farther, fly higher, the strength in the birds and the blah. Basically, I turned them into birds. Ha 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 ha. It's like, what are we doing with this scene? I don't care. I don't care that they can turn into birds. It's not a bad thing. I don't know why they get all, like, pissy about it. It's like, and you've seen him become a bird multiple times. Also, why wouldn't Crow tell them about this before now? Why wouldn't Crow, like, point it out? Like, he's done it in front of them multiple times, or at least, like, in their vicinity. Why did he not show them what he could do? Why hide your magic powers? Just like how he's hiding his stupid semblance like last time. And why is everyone so angry about it? Like, it's such a not thing. It's like you could tell the writers were like, oh, we need a reason for there to be a conflict in this, like, part of the story, because nothing's happening. And so, but they didn't want to, like, change any of the thing that they had already written. So if they're like, what if they're mad at Ozpin for the bird thing? Because he didn't tell them about it. Yeah, that works. Yeah. And then they gas themselves up. Because they're such yes men. They just sit there and, like, agree with each other. Nonstop, you know? There's like, oh, should end this? Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. You can just tell that they just accept whatever the first idea they barf out of their mouths, and they just agree with each other. That's why I always wanted more writers on the team. Because I could tell Miles and Carrie just sit there and be like, yeah, that's good with each other all the time. And I wanted someone else on the team to be like, hey, actually, that's stupid. And we shouldn't write that. And, like, if you want the bird magic thing, but they can't make the bird magic thing bad because they've shown it on screen, like, 70 times. And, like, Crow clearly isn't torn up at the fact he can turn into a bird. So they just have to really, really insist this is a bad thing. Oh, boo. How dare you? They this is also the scene. I need water. Hold on. This is also the scene where they first set up Ozpin is magic. He has real magic. Just like the maidens. Real magic and more. He has a magic ability to make people get the ability to transform into birds. That's pretty powerful magic. Oh, but actually, his magic's running low. That whole bird transformation thing really took a lot of magic. His magic batteries are almost gone. What does that mean? Why? How do you run out of magic? Would people in their time, back in the day, run out of magic too, if they lived long enough? Why isn't Salem running out of magic? Like, because Ozpin is, like, reincarnating into new bodies. So what fuels your magic? Is it your soul? Is it the remains of Ozma's own original soul? And the new bodies is weakening his magic powers? I don't know, because Salem can completely rebuild her own body from scratch, but her magic isn't going away. So they set up this idea of like, oh yeah, Ozpin has magic, but then once again, just like with maidens, they were like, oh wait, actually that's too overpowered. We need to immediately come up with something to limit it. Because we accidentally ran ourselves into a plot hole where he could just save the day instantly. And that's dumb. So it says like, oh, I'm almost out of my magic. I guess. Great. Cool. Really nailing it. What a great idea. So for no good reason, Ozma's magic is running out, but Salem's magic is perfectly fine. But also, we'll pull out in Volume 8, we'll pull out of our ass Oscar's really big super explosion that kills the whale. We'll just magically throw that one out there. Because, oh, actually, I had more magic. I had... how does he word it? Kinetic energy? Kinetic energy magic stored in his staff? He's had this the whole time. He hasn't used any of it. Because reasons. Yeah, he hasn't used any of that built-up kinetic magic in his staff until finally at the end there, where he blows up the whale. Oh, but... sorry, guys, I used up all of my kinetic magic energy, so I can't do things like that again. So you really... Okay, so we set up that he has magic, but also he doesn't have enough to really do anything cool. Except now, when we've written ourselves in a plot hole and we don't know how to get out of it, now he'll suddenly pull out random magic beams out of nowhere. But also now he can't do that again either. Cool, great, that makes sense. Why have our heroes use their vast abilities and skills to solve the problems and save the day, when it's so much easier to just have a random magic character pull a MacGuffin Deus Ex Machina out of nowhere and save the day instead, with an ability that they've never mentioned before and will never use again. Cool. Awesome. Well done, Rooster Teeth. How did they lose all their money? We'll never know. Alright, okay. Hold on. We're actually officially past the halfway point. And we're gonna do a bit of a break. A bit of a quick bathroom break, get more water break. Just a bit of a second to break. So, we'll be right back. I promise. Grab your water if you need it. Make sure you stay hydrated. Grab your snacks. Do whatever you need. I will be right back for the second half of Volume 5. I return. I'm here. Did I turn? Yeah. Let's go. I immediately started, like, internally hating Lindsay's performance again. And I'm like, I can't keep ranting about Lindsay's performance. But it is very bad. None of Ruby's lines sound natural or good. Thank you, Ant and Devin. If the Bronwyn siblings had been named Cat and Wolf, already I'm into it, would they have turned into a cat and dog, or could Oz give Ruby a bird form if he got more magic? It's not like they ever tell us how it works. Yeah, the circumstances around why... Thank you. Thank you. Also, I immediately fell in love with the hypothetical versions of cat and wolf, so thank you. Yeah, like, we don't know any of the circumstances around how they got their bird transformations, or why. Like, did they pick birds? Did Ozpin suggest it? Did someone else suggest it? And they were all like, yeah, that's a good idea. Was there a specific, like, did it have to be birds? And it was just a coincidence that they were named after birds already? Or was Ozpin's magic like, the magic will see what your soul animal is, and it turns you into whatever what happens to be your soul animal representation, and for them, they just happened to be birds, because it's related to their names or not. I don't know. Yeah, I was also like, oh, so is Ozpin gonna, like, give Team RWBY or somebody, like, a cool transformation superpower too? Because that would be my immediate... Yeah, gonna have to write a Cat and Wolf Bronwyn AU now. 100%. Thank you, Sky Slasher. Yang is just jealous she can't turn into a bird. Yes, okay, yes, 100%. Because my biggest thing, when I learned about all this, I was like, okay, so could I? If I was in their situation, I would immediately be like, so... do I get to become an animal too? I want to fly. and like, that's the only reason, yes, that I can think of anybody being that upset about the outcome of becoming a bird is being jealous that they can't become birds themselves. Yeah, Ozpin had been waiting years for people with bird names to come along so he could turn them into birds. Ozpin just has, like, a weird bird fascination. Like, he's just like, Glinda, I got a new bird book. Do you want to go bird watching with me later? And she's like, sir, leave me alone. I'm grading. Okay, that, like, headcanon interaction with Ozpin and Glinda is my favorite way of personifying them. Ozpin being this sweet, plucky, carefree, a little ditzy kind of guy who is all vibes, only cares about the vibes and just wants to have a good time, and Glinda, who's the one who's actually getting all the work done. That is my favorite way of imagining the working dynamic between Ozpin and Glinda. I don't think it's canon, but it's gonna live in my heart. Hey guys, look, it's the next worst scene ever. It's horrible and ugly and stupid, and their dialogue is dumb. Like, Yang is whining about... okay, so Yang was sad about Blake, and then Weiss comes in to talk to her, and Yang immediately starts whining about, like, oh, my mommy left me. And it's like, okay, I would care more if we hadn't have just ran into her, and you were more than jazzed to get away from Raven. So, I understand we're trying to tie Blake abandoning them with her abandonment issues with her mother. I understand that's what they're trying to do, but Yang's dialogue doesn't do a good job establishing that concept. And even worse, Weiss's dialogue doesn't do anything to help with the concepts Yang does bring up. Because Yang's like, you have a huge family, even though she doesn't. Like, compared to RWBY and Yang's family, RWBY, okay, so it's RWBY, Yang, Tai, Crow, Summer. And even if we don't count Summer, because she left when they were really little, those four were always, like, it was always those four. Weiss has that, like Weiss with her 3 siblings, mom and dad. Weiss's family's 5. If we included Summer, it would be even family members. And technically, RWBY and Yang's family is 6 if we included Raven as well. So yeah, Yang's like, you have a huge family, and then it's like, okay, so that is also irrelevant to abandonment issues in general. And then Yang's like, and you had like recitals, and you had a nice cushy life. You wouldn't understand hardships like me. Even though one of the only things Yang should know about Weiss is that she had a hard life growing up. Like, Weiss has implied several times that her father hit her. Like, even if Weiss hasn't explicitly stated it to Yang, it's been heavily implied that she had an abusive upbringing with her family. Like, even based solely off of how Winter engages with Weiss. It's not a good life she's had. So for Yang to be like, you had a nice cushy life and you wouldn't understand the hardships of having your mommy abandon you, is dumb. And, like, also, Weiss's mom kinda did. Like, yeah, Willow didn't physically leave, but she emotionally and mentally detaches herself. The fact that Weiss spent the entirety of Volume 4 in the Schnee Manor, and Willow was never seen. Willow wasn't even seen until the very end of returning to Atlas in Volume 7. Like, Willow might not have physically ran away like Raven did, but she was hardly there for Weiss. And I understand Weiss having that be the response to Yang, but once again, her response just isn't actually as good as it should be. If that's the direction they're going for, it makes no sense, because it also just dances around the initial problem of Blake abandoning Yang. Because Yang is like, I got abandonment issues because my mommy left me, and you wouldn't get it because you have your mommy and daddy with you. And so it makes that the root of the conversation. And then they have to, like, try to circle back around to Blake in a really weird, crunchy way that doesn't really flow very well. Like, they have to go from mommy issues to Blake and running away. Because the thing is, like, Willow's emotional abandonment and Raven's physical abandonment is completely different from Blake's abandonment. So Willow separates herself emotionally because she's in an abusive relationship with a man she doesn't love. Obviously. And then Raven abandoned her family, presumably because of her fear of Salem. But Blake left because the school was falling apart, and she thought her presence was a threat to their safety. Even if they don't realize that in its full capacity, I think they should sit there and be like, hey, the last time we saw Blake, you got hurt. Maybe there's a reason she left. Maybe she's going through something too, you know? It's just weird. I like the idea of Yang needing to process it, but they go about it in a terrible way. Thank you, Sky Slasher. Kind of surprised Yang didn't deck Blake for leaving. Okay. It's like I was saying earlier, 100%. It's like I was saying earlier about having the, like, heroes lose sometimes. Remember, did anyone watch Steven Universe? And if you did, do you remember the plot point where Pearl was lying about a thing, and in order to fuse with Garnet, because she liked being fused with Garnet, because it made her feel strong and important and in charge. And that was a big betrayal of Garnet's trust, and they had this huge falling out. And they were, like arguing with each other, and things were, like, bad between them for several episodes. Like a good couple of episodes after that revelation happened, things were bad between Garnet and Pearl. That's interesting, because their development together can be minimal. You know, they move forward together as a family. They've been together with each other for so long that there's not a lot of new, like, avenues for the characters to take, because they're, like, ancient, you know? But, oh yeah, there's Spider-Gwen. There's Trifa back there. But yeah, having, like, them have a conflict, an argument, having it not just be hunky-dory sunshine roses right from the get-go, offered a moment of opportunity for them to develop more, because it naturally became an excuse for them to engage with other characters other than each other, and to talk up to those other characters about the thing that's bothering them. Like, it's not just that Pearl and Garnet were arguing. We got to see Ruby and Sapphire talk to each other about everything that made them angry about what Pearl had done. And they say that to each other, and also and also Steven and Greg, you know. We see Pearl talking to Steven about what she did and how she wants to make it better. And then we also see them, like, reconcile. The thing that makes them come together and finally, like, make things start to become better between them. RWBY instead goes the coward's way and just has things be fine. And I think it was a huge missed opportunity to have their development be even stronger by having them, like, have some weird bad blood. Like, Yang wants Blake back, but once Blake is back, she's mad. It's the thing, also, like, with, like, Last Airbender, Avatar The Last Airbender. Like, in the episode 1 of book 3, Katara's mad at Hakoda. And, like, that's a mini-plot for the episode, where she's like, she tells him that she's mad he left, but she understood why he left, but she can't help but feel mad anyway. Like, there's a lot of interesting, like, avenues we could have gone through by having them have some animosity because of the decisions they made. Especially because, like, last time, Blake was really nervous about coming back home to Gira and Kali because she thought they were going to be mad at her. Now imagine if she reunited with Yang and she's like, oh, she won't be mad at me, my parents weren't mad at me, but if she was, maybe have, like, that be, like, a thing that she talks to someone about, like, even addressing the differences between them and why. Whatever. Missed opportunities all around. RWBY, in a nutshell. Missed opportunities. Thank you, Anton. Yang's just trying to impress her revolutionary girlfriend by attacking the bourgeoisie. That's it. Yes. She's like, Atlas elites, am I right? And Blake's like, OMG, you're so right. And then Weiss is like, what the hell? Oh, man. I've been drinking my Powerade faster than usual, so I usually have a Powerade when I stream. I've been drinking this one faster because the more emotion I feel, the faster I drink it. Hello again, Willow the Creative. Okay. This fight we could have cut this. The fight at Menagerie. Honestly, it should have been a spy attempt. It should have been, like, a hidden, like, assassination quiet thing. Having them, like, run in with their whole battle strategies is silly, because, like, one person would have to open the door to reveal the White Fang's attempted assassination of the Belladonna family. They're not quiet about it. You can hear the gunshots down the way. I guess it helps that their mansion is gigantic, and they have also a huge, like, 20-acre plot of land around them, so they have no neighbors because, oh, Menagerie's so cramped. It's such a bad island, except for the giant Belladonna mansion. But, like, I feel like an assassination attempt would have been more thrilling, more exciting, and then, like, have it, like, lead into a real fight. But nope, they go the boring, lame route. And we also don't even... Okay, so that's Fight Beginning, Part 1. We're gonna go through the entirety of this next episode. And then at the very end, there'll be Menagerie Fight Beginning, Part 2. But we still won't actually start any of the real fighting until the next episode. Because, I don't know, having it be the cliffhanger tease for episode 8 worked so well, have it just be it for episode 9 too, because why not? Maybe one of the guards could have tried to poison the Belladonnas. And that's another thing. Like, I don't know why they thought to just charge in and fight them. Anyway, because Gira's huge. Would poisoning not be the obvious answer? Like a nice, simple, pass away kind of thing? I don't... Yeah, Tide's back. Okay, so this whole sequence with... Because also, it's been a while since that, like, cliffhanger. It was 2 episodes ago, where we got the Cinder and Emerald and Mercury showing up on the bandits' front lawn cliffhanger. So, I just don't think... They really, really relied on cliffhangers this time around. Because I think they kind of knew that nothing was happening in their story. So if they have a cliffhanger, maybe something might start to happen next time. This is also... Jessica Negri really just eating it. just not doing it with this performance. And it's again, like, she's gotten slightly better with Cinder by this point in time. After this volume, I think she gets way better. Like, starting with volume 6 onward, I feel like either... I think the biggest problem is no one was giving her any direction. And also, they kept giving her really goofy-ass lines to say. Like, are you with us or against us? They do that with everybody. Like, they do this with all the, like, villains. Evil, evil, we're cool, we know what we're doing, we're confident, and it's like, these are good voice actors, and they're just not, these performances are bad, because the script is insanely bad. And also, I really think that for a very, very long time, they didn't have, like, direction for their characters. Whenever their voice actors were doing, they had no voice director, or were giving very, very little direction for them. Because I cannot think of any other reason as to why everyone's performances are so bad. Even though, like, they've given good performances before. But that is the only thing I can think of, is that they're either completely directionless, or the person trying to give them direction doesn't know what they're doing. The scene, it's so goofy. I'm not intrigued. Also, did you notice how, Raven was immediately like, everyone, leave, so we could have it be an empty, vacant, empty lot again, because we can't have background characters in scenes. It's slightly more to render. I don't... Like, the deal they make is silly. How did Cinder find them? Because Yang only found the Bronwyn tribe because she happened to stumble upon Shay in the just right gas station and bar. Okay. But how did Cinder and her team find the bandits? They just knew where Raven was? Because the whole thing is that Raven is hiding because she's afraid of Salem. So if they found her bandit tribe, then she's not doing a very good job hiding from Salem. Salem apparently clearly knows where you are already. She sent her whole squad here to take care of you. It's whatever. It's also, so the point of the scene is they make a deal to work together. And so much of it is just filled with nothing fluff filler. Like, they repeat themselves a lot. Like, this thing that Watts is saying, completely pointless. It's all just pointless. Nothing is being said. He got closer to them for no good reason. I guess because they realized nothing was moving in the scene, and they had to, like, imply that more was going on by having a single character actually move for once. Thank you, stereotypical gamer. They consulted the script. Yeah. It's like, just read what the script says. Just kind of guess the vibe. Be generally confident, I guess. It's like, I don't know, like, the point I think they're going for is there should be, like, an ebb and flow. Like, who might have the edge in this scene. Like, for example, let's picture it like it was a chess match, you know? Who might have the upper hand, and who might not. That should be moving back and forth as the flow of the conversation goes. Because, like, Cinder starts with, like, her sassy, they just know the power of a maiden when they see it. And then we show that Vernal's the maiden. And then they do this back and forth over and over again a couple of times. But they don't really do anything with it. It's a lot of babbling. It's too long. This is the majority of the episode. This isn't gonna get resolved until, yeah, the 10-minute mark. Nothing's being said for all these 10 minutes. Like, we're repeating ourselves. I don't trust you. You can't negotiate. I could beat you. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Her thing is she wants Crow dead, but she also immediately abandons fighting him. Like, she's like, I want Crow dead. But she only fights him briefly, off-screen, and then no one else does anything to, like, imply they're gonna take care of killing Crow. And they don't. He's fine. He's totally fine throughout the whole thing. So that is a completely dropped plot point. We're just establishing things that are very pointless that we'll, again, re-establish later once it's revealed. At this point, I would have liked it if they, like, set up the idea of the plan, but didn't reveal exactly what they wanted to do. So then when they reveal the trap at the end of the volume, I would be like, whoa, oh my god, this is what was happening? But instead they overly explain everything ad nauseum to the point of, and then so when we're watching our heroes waltz into their obvious trap, it's like, oh boy, I can't wait to watch the characters get caught up on information I already know about. That's something the RWBY writers really never consider, is that the characters don't know everything I, the audience, knows. They forget that all the time. Like, constantly. And so then they have to have the characters sit down and learn information that I do already know. They do that all the time. That's what the majority of this volume is characters sitting down and telling each other things that I already know, but it's not interesting. I don't like repeated information if it's not going to move the plot anywhere. Yeah, and why does she want to kill Crow? Great example, Selena. She doesn't say. She doesn't explain it. If she really wanted Crow dead, she could just open a portal, waltz in, and start fighting him. You know? But it's just, like, and they say it like it's a stinger, and this is also how you could tell that they were really being, like, super, super horny for Vic Mignogna, because, like, oh no, not the Vic Mignogna character, Crow, not any of the others, not Yang, not the real characters, oh no, something might happen with other character Crow, who is now in the main team, I guess. Who is our main team of characters? RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang, and Jean, Ren, and Nora, and Pyrrha when she was alive, and Penny when she was alive that second time, and Crow is really important too, and also Maria was important for like a volume or two, and Oscar. The fact that I don't know who the main characters are anymore. Yeah, H-Bomber Guy had a good point talking about the doubling of information in anime homework. The anime homework is so dumb. Oh my god. And I see people say things akin to that concept of, if they wanted to know how to write better, they should watch blank. And then they put down like an example of a show that they think is well written. And I agree. I think watching shows can help you expand your concepts as a writer, but to know how to actually be a good storyteller, you can't just watch things. You know, at that point, that's where you just steal things, and that's what RWBY is. It's just a bunch of stolen concepts weirdly stitched together without any real thought or development or progression. Oh, just stand still, don't move at all. Don't move. Don't let Corsic and Fennec maybe get a single attack. They have to stand perfectly still and wait for their swords to slowly melt. They can't let go of them. They should have, like, frozen their hands, too, you know? Or had, like, their weapons be attached to them. But no. Also, their weapons are stupid. But yeah, like, just, like, the concept of anime homework was a bad idea, because just watching a bunch of shows isn't enough to really make you a good writer. It can make you a more creative person when it comes to things to be inspired by. But to be a good writer, you actually need to study writing. That's long and short of it. You don't need to go to classes. Like, you don't need to go to a university, you know? You can if you want to, but there are plenty of things online that discuss how to be a good writer. Like a lot of Lindsay Ellis's videos, H Bomber Guy's videos, again, because you brought him up. There's a lot of things online to tell you about story directing and storytelling and development and characterization and lots of things. So just watching shows isn't enough, and you can tell, especially early on, Miles and Carrie just watched a bunch of things. Because you can watch the development of their storytelling go as the volumes go, because they were amateurs in the beginning. They were very obviously amateurs. And I would say even now they're still amateurish. Or at least they write amateurish. At times. They can be better. I don't know. The last thing Carrie wrote was pretty garbage. the first episode of Volume 9. Some people just aren't... Some people just can't do certain jobs. That's another thing. Which sucks, and it's sad. Because you like to believe anyone could be able to do anything, but some people just aren't that good at it. But it's also a very subjective medium. Writing, creative writing, not a lot of answers with it. So yeah, we had that whole scene with, like, oh, the fight of Menagerie, time to cut back to the Bronwyn twins sitting around doing nothing and being lazy and doing nothing, being goofy and sitting perfectly still, because we'll kill the hype of our own show. Yeah, why did we interrupt that? Just to have a scene where, because, like, Raven's like, I'm leaving, but we already knew she was leaving, so it was pointless and, like, it's implied they're tipping off Crow, but he doesn't even realize that Raven's there when they get there, so that's pointless. They have Oscar walk in to be like, Ozpin wants to talk to you, but that's also really pointless, because why not just have Ozpin walk up and talk to him? Why have Oscar initiate a conversation and drag him into a different room to have the conversation? Pointless. They interrupt the beginning of what might be the start of the Menagerie fight with a completely pointless scene, and it just kills their own momentum with a really lame cliffhanger at the end, too. Thank you again, Vivavoxy. Brandon Sanderson has creative writing lessons free to watch on YouTube. Really? Cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, there's lots of, like, free. YouTube has tons of free things to watch, and you can learn a lot. You just need to study and pay attention and think about it. There's books you can find that talk about creative writing. There's lots of stuff. But just watching shows isn't enough to do it. Is everyone staying hydrated? We're at chapter 10 now. We're almost done. Almost. We're 4 episodes away from being done. Almost. Here, while this starts playing, because this episode's not, whatever. This episode is 20 minutes long, 20 minutes of, oh yeah, and it's not even just the fight at Menagerie. We have to have this pointless conversation where Crow and Oz, like, reveal that they know Lionheart's lying, but the way they know he's lying is dumb, because they're like, Lionheart's being suspicious, even though he's not. Lionheart hasn't actually done or said anything all that suspicious. They just read the script, I guess, and conclude his actions are suddenly suspicious. And then they have the scene with Ruby asking about his cane, which is actually nice. That is a nice scene. But yeah, and then we have Raven talking to Lionheart in his office as well. Or maybe that's the next episode. No, yeah, it's this one. Yeah, she talks to him about being cowards. Get it? Because they're both cowards. That's the thing. That's the whole point. People tend to get upset sometimes when I point out that Raven is a coward. That's literally the whole point of that scene, is that they're both afraid of Salem. They just have their different methods of going about it, which is a weird scene. It's neat that we get a brief moment of them interacting, I guess. What did you miss? Mirror, mirror on the wall? Several rants. Whoa! Ranger! Whoa! Thank you! What? I can see anime homework being a good thing if the point of them was to learn and understand why such shows succeeded and did well, instead of just watching them, and have their characters do the same without understanding why. 100% yes. Yes. Like, there's a difference between just watching a show and then there's paying attention to the points of the show, like the character beats, the world-building moments, and the progression of plots and different developments. One is much more passive. Like, a lot of us just watch shows. But if you're going in with a mindset of trying to study what it is and isn't doing good, then that can be a good thing. That can make a lot of strides, but you might miss a lot of stuff if you're not familiar with certain important storytelling concepts. Which I would say, watching something and also doing, studies, with, YouTube videos and tutorials and stuff like that would be the best way to go about it. I think it also doesn't help. So if you're gonna do something like that, I would pick one show to really dissect. Or a video game. You could do that too. That could be a different way to do it. Pick one to really study and do, a deep dive into understanding that. Because if you watch many different shows, they're all going to be going about things slightly differently from each other. And they say their anime homework was, multiple different things. I don't remember what, but it's Naruto and Bleach and Soul Eater, and watching multiple shows and trying to do that, especially because those are really long shows too, with a lot going on. Having it be multiple shows like that and trying to study them all at the same time, I think is going to be a bit of a misstep, because you should focus on one at a time to fully encapsulate and understand all the minute details that you're seeing. If you just binge a bunch of shows, I think you're going to end up giving yourself brain rot. You're going to make yourself, a little fuzzy on the inside, trying to, compartmentalize everything. Unless you're really, adamantly, taking notes on things. But I don't think they did that. I think they just sat around and watched a bunch of shows, so they knew about, anime tropes and stuff like that. But I do agree. And it's a thing, I do passively, Ranger. I'll, sometimes when I'm watching a show, I'll or a movie, the latest one I did was Rebel Moon, because I knew it was bad, and going in, I quickly realized it was going to be bad, so paying attention to all the extra details was a lot more fun to see how it was failing at executing the concepts it was trying to do, so then I could fully understand how it messed up on certain degrees. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I think, anime homework isn't, in theory, a terrible idea. But I think, some people might go about it the wrong way. And I think specifically Miles and Carrie might have gone about it the wrong way. Was I saying anything important? No, I was just talking about how they did it, like, yeah, this scene is weird and unnecessary. Like, it's fine, it's a neat scene. And then we finally get the rest of the menagerie fight, which took long enough. I will say, I guess this is the best episode of the volume, because the conclusion with Ilya is the most satisfying part of the volume. It's the most satisfying conclusion out of anything that's going on in the volume. But there's a lot of bad things. Like, yeah, like Kali fighting while her guards hide. That makes no sense. Like, Kali, as much as she's gorgeous, but it's never been implied she's a fighter. Like, she wasn't implied to be in the White Fang. Like, we don't see her in, like, Adam's character short being, like, a person in the White Fang. So I have no reason to believe she can fight or wants to fight. So to see her standing there blocking bullets with a wooden tea tray while her guard hides behind a stone pillar is very silly. Yeah, it was Yuma. That was the end of Yuma. There's a lot of technical goofiness. Like, I think the fight looks best here. The choreography of the animation actually, like, moves for a couple of seconds. They do often go back to slap the swords together and monologue, but they do try. They run, they jump, they dodge, they light the house on fire and whatever. There's lots of things. This one is the best choreographed fight, I would say. They also play around with the location a little bit. Like, yeah, it is a giant, weird auditorium in the middle of Blake's house, but they try. They jump up on the table, they jump up on the balconies, they do the thing with the lights. It doesn't make any sense because Blake should be able to see in the dark, and also Ilya making herself black wouldn't make her invisible in the darkness, because that's not how actually, like, camouflaging yourself in the dark works, especially if someone who would have night vision. But it's, like, they try. They have ideas and they try it. So, I'll give them that. This is the best it gets, this volume. It's also silly that she lights a fire to reveal what's happening when she could just turn the lights back on. I understand, like, Ilya had her pinned. I think it would have made more sense if Ilya, like, broke the light switch or something, you know? I think what a great time for an ad in the middle of that combat scene. But I think the silliest part with it is Blake lights the fire, and then she has this whole monologue where she's like, "We did this, the Faunus. We, the Faunus, are the ones causing arson." And it's like, no, you did. Yeah, the White Fang tried to assassinate your parents, but you were the one who lit the fire on your own accord when you could have just turned the light back on. Yeah, Blake arsonist belladonna. Just find the switch. Like, I don't know. It's like, she should know where the switches are. Whatever. And she should have night vision. They tried. They at least tried to do something different. So I'll give them that. Yeah, and it works. And her monologue works with, like, rallying the folks of Menagerie to go to war for 5 seconds, which was odd. And that's an odd choice, isn't it? They're like, we need to fight. We need to stop the White Fang. And they learn that the White Fang's doing their attack at Haven. And so they go, and they do one battle, and then it's over. And then they're like, the White Fang's gone forever, and racism is solved. And I feel like the writers just really wanted to stop with the White Fang plotline. I think they realized it wasn't going good. that they had made quite a few mistakes up until this point. And so they wanted to just wrap up the plotline as best they could. Like, I think this was planned to be Ilya's big moment, but I don't think they planned on having the White Fang wrapping up by the end of this volume. I think they wanted to do more with it moving on, especially with Atlas just around the corner. But I think they decided to, like, cut it and drop it because they weren't doing a good job. Yeah, it's a shame. But Ilya's character arc is fine. I think it's good. You need to watch the Blake character short first, but it's fine. It is the most well-done part of the volume. And I think that's why I like Ilya so much. Like, she has a great design, she has a fun personality. I really like her weapon, and her chameleon ability is cool. Yeah, she's also the only good part of Volume 5. So here's a small thing that I want to complain about. So Ilya's chameleon ability is her skin changing color. That's not her semblance. That's her faunus trait. Lots of times, they will have a faunus character who has a faunus trait, but they won't give them a semblance, and I think it's because they forget that their semblance isn't their faunus trait. Like, for the longest time, Tyrion with his stinger, and it was like, does he have a semblance? Oh yeah, his poison stinger isn't his semblance. And so, in theory, lots of faunus should have basically two semblances. Remember the original version where Blake wasn't moving? No, that was the original version, where she just lays there, and then they changed it for the YouTube version where she, like, gets up and runs, and I don't, like, that was weird. I don't know. They've gone back and changed small things for the weirdest reasons. It's also weird that Sun's strength alone is enough to, like, shatter this ludicrously thick pillar. Like, the pillar must have had, like, some real bad termite problem to crumble that easily by Sun's slight touch. And also, Fennec's death is so not well done. Like, why doesn't anyone, like, why isn't Fennec and Corsic attacking anymore? Like, they're not attacking anybody. Like, I guess they're knocked out now. You're not gonna fire from a distance? Why run at them? Why did it explode? They didn't do a good job explaining. Why doesn't she stop him? Why did she watch him run up? Why didn't he attack Blake? It's the kind of thing where when you sit there and ask questions, you realize how poorly done it is. If you turn your brain off, it's fun. That's RWBY. Just turn your brain off. Just accept it. And then it's a lot of fun. Do you guys think Corsic will be coming back? Because I don't. I really don't. Such a shame. Such a shame. Funniest joke I heard about his death was, why did the balcony explode? Was it where they stored their C4? Yeah, it's like, okay, so the thing is, like, his fire-charged sword and his wind-charged sword combined together under the crushing weight of the balcony and exploded. But it's like, that's not what makes explosions. Explosions isn't just fire and wind coming together. Whatever. Yeah, don't ask questions. Just buy products and get excited for next product. Exactly. 100%. People get so mad when, like, people point out the basic criticisms with RWBY. And it's like, why can't you just accept it and watch it? And it's like, I don't know, because my brain works. Because I use thoughts. It's like, if you can just accept it, you know, good for you. I'm glad you have subpar standards and you accept low quality things in your life, but I don't. What if we got a RWBY RPG game? I've been thinking about this. The way I would do it would be like a turn-based, not turn-based, tactical RPG. Like Fire Emblem, basically. Because there's so many characters in RWBY that having a quote-unquote army would be the best way to go about it, I think. I think that'd be the best way to do a RWBY game. Like Fire Emblem. Like sexy chess. Yeah, it's like, well, the big moving speech about how to stop the White Fang, and they show up with their Faunus army to fight the White Fang. And also, the Haven Police Force. So you would think maybe the Haven Police Force would have been enough to stop the White Fang, and we didn't need to recruit all of these civilians for no reason. All of these civilians didn't need to train and fight for no reason for that one battle they're in. I think my headphones broke. Damn, one of them. I think my left headphone stopped working. That's a shame. That happens too often. I get the cheap ones. It's fine. They're like flimsy little headphones. The left one always goes first anyway. It's the one with the microphone spot on it, which I don't know why they keep making these things. Oh well. I've also been like fiddling with it in my hands this entire time. I guess I need a fidget spinner or something, because I just will like grab things and move them, and I guess that's why it's broken now. But the other one works, and that's the only one I really ever use. Yeah, police exist in this show. That's silly to remember, right? Like they show up at the end with the rest of the menagerie army, and and it's like, oh yeah, they exist. I think it's because they don't do anything. They might as well not even exist. Kurgit needs finished spinach. I never got one. Everyone got on that craze, and I worked at an establishment that sold them. Like they were sold at the register like an impulse buy item. And some people got super jazzed about it, and they would bring their kids, and the kids would get their fidget spinners, and everyone got their fidget spinners, and I never got one. I never got one. And then they came up with all those other, like, fidget things that they have. Like the poppets or whatever. And those ones were never it. Like, most of the fidget toys, not my deal. You know? If I had any, it would be the, like, pea pod that you can, like, squish so it seems like the peas come out of the pod and then they go back in. That'd be the one I would do. But, like, never got a fidget spinner. I missed the opportunity. How about a pen? Or any other toy? Like a normal pen? Like a clicky pen? Like... I have 100 pens. I have a lot of pens. They're all color-coded. They're all a bunch of different colors. But I don't like popping them because I don't want the spring mechanism to, like, get all worn out and stop working. My dog showed up. Hello. What are you doing? Get away from my Powerade. No, you can't have it. You want a kiss? Thank you. What a nice kiss. Thank you. What a sweetie. Yeah? 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 What'd you get excited about? Nothing's happening. Did you wake up? Did you wake up from a nap? Wow. What a good nap. You want another kiss? Thank you. Thank you, M3D. Help me out. Aside from Ozpin Circle and Academy staff / students, how many huntsmen do we actually see? I think let's go over it. Bam. There's the huntsman that dies early in Volume 4. When they get to that first town that they visit. Curtis Dog is the best character. It's true. His name's Egg. Short for Egg on Snow. Yeah. Eggy. So yeah, there's one huntsman who dies in that first town they visit in Volume 4. And then... let's see. Not including the staff. I guess, yeah, because Crow's a teacher at Signal. Technically. So he would be staff. And Ozpin's Inner Circle. Huh. No, the Aesops aren't huntsmen. They're Aesops. None in Volume 5. D and Dudley in Volume 6. That one huntsman who dies, and then D and Dudley. And that's it. Wow, what a glowing reputation the huntsmen and huntresses have in this universe. And they don't even stay as teams of 4, either. I think No, Ren's dad wasn't a huntsman. He said he had to go and find a huntsman. He was just like a soldier or protector. I don't think he was a huntsman. And I think that's it. It's teachers, and then those 2 thugs, and that one dead guy. Yeah, Maria. Maria was a huntress back in the day. So I guess that's it. That guy in Cinder's backstory? Yeah, I guess Rhodes. Rhodes as well. So there we go. Now we're getting some. We're getting somewhere. Like a literal meat hunter. I guess you might be right. I guess I guess I only thought of arrows as being a source of protection against bad guys, like Grimm and bandits. Okay, so their plan was stupid, right from the get-go, right? So Raven's plan is to show up, and she isn't hiding. Presumably they wouldn't have noticed her, and if they hadn't, she would have just waited and summoned her portal anyway. But she seems like she was going to fly in and reveal herself no matter what, because she doesn't seem too torn up that they spot her. And her plan is to ambush them regardless. So they show up and monologue for too long. And completely out Lionheart. Like, their idea is to throw Lionheart under the bus immediately. Cool. Great stuff. And then they'll open their teleportal to get Cinder's lackeys in there with just Vernal, not the rest of her bandit tribe. We can't have an army showing up. It's just those losers. So then they show up, and then their plan isn't to immediately start running in and fighting to catch them off guard. Their plan is to show up and then also stand around and monologue a little bit. And they only start fighting once the heroes initiate something. And then they lock the door with Hazel so no one can leave. And then that's it. Their plan was to just fight for a while Cinder, while they go down to get the relic. It seems incredibly silly. Seems like an ill thought out plan in its entirety. Even from a writing stand, ignoring the fact that they clearly were running out of time and money and they were half-assing everything throughout the volume. From a writing standpoint, it's okay, what's the big climax of the volume? Everyone shows up and then they stand and then they fight and then some of them go down into the vault while everyone else is fighting. And that's it. It's just so, you could, they stretched that out for 4 episodes. That nothing concept of standing around and fighting a little is 4 episodes long. They were already struggling with everything. Why drag out the fight for 4 whole episodes? Thank you again, Vivavoxy. Do you think should have gotten a scene where we see Tyrion and Hazel murdering the Mistral Huntsman and maybe get a little insight into Hazel's mind? 100% yes. I think it would have been, because they're so underdeveloped in general, and we don't see Tyrion at all this volume. So, like, some sort of flashback or something. Something to, like, define the villains more than what they are. Because they're so basic. It's another Tide ad. It's just a different one. They're so basic. They don't have a lot of depth to their character. They don't have a lot of personality. They don't talk to each other either. Like, we don't know what kind of relationship that they would have. Like, do they even like each other? Does Hazel think Tyrion's annoying? Does Tyrion have a crush on Hazel? I don't know. We don't know because they don't engage with each other. So seeing, like, the actual brutality of what it is Lionheart is doing with his end of the deal by getting the Huntsman killed and, further highlighting the strength and abilities of our villains while also giving them some more personality would have been a way better choice. An infinitely better choice. It's so simple to just replace all the standing around with actual character development. I know. I know. Oh my god. It's just like, it's so, why 4 episodes? Why is it 4 episodes? This episode, nothing happens. Like, they start fighting and Cinder stabs Weiss. The way Smaller Soul did it, Weiss's stabbing was like the middle of the episode. Like, they combined episode 11 and 12 together, basically. Cut your stupid monologuing. The lion, on the other hand. Oh, such a little bird. So, like, I know I'm not supposed to like her, and she's being condescending to make me not like her, but golly gee. No one's gonna shoot her while she's standing around just talking? Just shoot her. Fire a bullet at her. She's just standing still, not doing anything. But, like, what was I even saying? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Smaller Soul, with their Volume 5 Redux, they combined episodes 11 and 12 together. And it works so much better that way. Because, like, this whole episode is so stupid. It's 16 minutes long. We haven't even started anything yet. We don't actually start throwing blows at each other until the exact halfway point of the episode. So it's a lot of just characters standing around, waiting, and no one's actually fighting or doing anything. Like, it's like, oh, maybe we'll start to fight, but we don't actually. And it's so dumb. We have Jean's big ol' moment. Ooh, I'm gonna make you pay for what you did, because he's the only one who cares about Pyrrha. No one else cares about Pyrrha's death. They didn't care. Only Jean, because Miles needs to have his big ol' moment for his little character he voices, because he's an overactor, and he. Okay, and then the actual fighting isn't good. Like, it's so slow, and everyone has their little, quippy line they say, and they just stand still. And then where did everyone go? I can't pause. But Yang was standing next to everybody. And then suddenly she's alone in this giant empty room, and everyone's gone. And then Mercury shows up, and everyone's gone again. Have you guys watched Floof's video breaking down this volume fight? Like, Volume 5 finale fight? It is horrible. The size of the room changes constantly. People disappear and teleport constantly, all in an attempt to just push all the animation off screen. We can't have any actual fight. The show was sold to us on cool fights, and this is it. The fights are happening. It's our big finale with all the fights, but we're not gonna actually see any of it, because we can't afford to. We're all lazy, and we rushed our animators right into the very last second, so we can't actually show you anything. Why did Oscar just creep off stage like that? Why didn't anyone stop him? Why didn't Hazel stop him? Why was Ren and Nora just standing in like battle-ready positions looking away from everybody, but not doing anything? Like, we've initiated 7 different fights by this point. Why were they just standing still, not doing anything? And then suddenly they turn around and now we're fighting Hazel, but we're also on a completely different side of the room from before. Hazel was by the front door, but now we're slightly off to the left of the center area. Why are Ren and Nora fighting Hazel at all? He wasn't doing a threat. He wasn't doing anything. He was standing there. 17 other people were fighting actively. So why not team up with them? I don't know, I would team up with Jean, personally, because we knew that Cinder killed Pyrrha before. So maybe if Hazel's standing there not fighting anybody, just leave him be for a minute and handle the other characters first. And then why did Oscar walk up to Leo to do this? Why did Leo start fighting him in the first place? Why didn't he pull out his weapon to block that hit? Why did he just hold his arms up so his, like, aura shatters, or shimmers, whatever? Because he was reaching behind him to grab his cane. Why didn't he pull out the cane to block the attack, instead of just letting go of the weapon he was reaching for to take the hit full on? It just, why is Leo's shield so tiny and small? Why is it the only way he can use his shield in an offensive manner is to hold it in a way that is the least defensive way of using a shield? Why is Leo in this fight anyway? Leo's not a fighter. I would not have been, I wouldn't be torn up if Leo wasn't in the fight. Because he doesn't seem like a fighter. He seems like a guy who sits behind a desk and does numbers. He seems like an accountant. He doesn't seem like the guy who'd be running to the middle of battle anyway. So having him here is pointless. We didn't need him. They already were, and that's, okay, so that's the thing. I said it at the beginning of this stream. Volume 4, they were cutting it down to the wire and seeing what they could get away with. But it worked, because a lot of Volume 4 had smaller instances, especially at its finale. Like, there was things you could cheat, and it was a little bit easier with Volume 4, because all you needed to focus on was make sure the chase with Blake and Ilya is thrilling enough, and then the Knuckle-Avi fight is the really big important thing. But with Volume 5, they tried to have that same mindset of rush it if you can, cheat as much as you can, all these things, but they also tried to have 1,000,000 things happening. They tried to have 700 fights with 1,000,000 characters on screen, but they didn't have the time or budget for it, so they couldn't cheat it or half-ass it the way they had done with Volume 4. And so that's why we get a lot of characters stopping and talking, because that's a lot cheaper. That's a lot easier. If you actually have characters move, it's harder. That takes longer. It's so bad, and it just highlights how bad it is. It's ugly, it's lame, it's boring, there's not even good songs playing. That's one of the saddest things. There's not even good songs playing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember any of the songs on the Volume 5 soundtrack. Nothing's happening on screen. Let's just look up the soundtrack. RWBY. Oh no! Is Weiss gonna die? One of them we gotta have our Jean moment. Stop messing with me, where? Miles Luna overacting, where? RWBY Volume 5 soundtrack. Alright, let's see. What's on the soundtrack? Alrighty. The Triumph, which is the opening, not a very good song. It's fine. Ignite, it's an okay song. It's like their 700th Yang song. They're all the same. It's not nearly as good as Armed and Ready, which was last volume. Armed and Ready, which was the better one from last volume. And also, In Weiss's big fight against the Lancers in episode 2, they have This Life Is Mine, which is another Volume 4 song. So you can tell they didn't have any good songs this volume, because they had to reuse songs from last time again. Yeah, I don't take the spotlight, I swear. Miles probably, as he always writes his character to be the special one. Of course he's gonna end up in the Ever After. And be like a really big, important, rusted knight hero with his emotional baggage. Because of course. Path to Isolation. It's okay. That's the one that plays during the Weiss character short. It's fine. It's just like Mirror Mirror, but not as creative. Smile, which is a song about Ilya. It's okay. Not very memorable to me. It's fine. All Things Must Die, which will play during Raven versus Cinder in 2 episodes from now, when they're underneath okay. Oh no, she's gonna die. We can skip it. It's the end of the episode. It doesn't matter. Yeah, All Things Must Die, which is really bad. It's super cringy and goofy and silly, and it's like, darkness and destruction, and angels are dying. It's so silly. It's such try-hard, edgelord, middle school-ass lyrics. It's terrible. And just like the rest of the fight that it surrounds. Alright, This Time. Which song is This Time? I don't know it, so it must not be very good. Oh, it's like a Blake and Son song, it looks like. Oh, From Shadows Part 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember it, so it's not good. Thank you, Sky Slasher. I'm gonna be honest, Chief. Weiss could have survived that. Yeah, okay, yes. You want to rant about that for a second before I keep going through the Volume 5 soundtrack? So, she gets stabbed, and everyone's like, oh no! Critter, do you like some of the slow songs RWBY has? I do! I don't know if, Indomitable counts, but that's, like, if it does, that's one of them. Some of them, yes. A lot of the, sweeter ones. Early volume, I remember. Oh, what's the one that plays at the end of Volume 7? Or 8, until the end. It's 7. Until the end. That's a great one. But yes, Weiss gets stabbed, and it's like, oh no, she could totally be fine. We've seen... Okay, so not only has characters survived worse, like way worse, but also, like, I know her aura's broken, but, like, humans have survived worse. Humanity. Like, you can, like, that, you can get stabbed, you can get impaled all the way through, but as long as you don't, like, you can be fine. I don't think she would pass out from it, either. It didn't even seem like it went through anything. You know, yeah, like, which organ did it go through? Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem to, because she doesn't bleed a lot. And I don't know why they didn't have a lot of blood. It's not like they care. It's not like they're age-rated or anything like that. So... she doesn't bleed at all, so that implies that it's not that bad of a hit. So, yeah, it was a goofy thing. Oh no, is one of the 4 main characters going to die? No. Obviously not. Alright, what else is there? All That Matters, not a good song. It's not horrible, but it's not impressive. Gold, acoustic, I don't care, I like the original version better. Armed and Ready, the Falk remix, yeah, it's just the original version's better. If it's just a remix or an acoustic version of a song that was on a prior soundtrack, it doesn't count. Yeah, Let's Just Live, the Harry Loads remix, yeah, it's just songs from other volumes. Yeah, that's it. Terrible soundtrack. Nothing good. Nothing good is on the Volume 5 soundtrack. They're all just half-assed versions of other songs that they have. Hazel's dumb. His semblance of weapon is stupid. I like the idea of a guy who just jams dust into his arms, but they don't do it good until Volume 8, when he fights Salem, and then he dies immediately. So, you know, oh well, we finally did your weapon right, and it's over. But also, his semblance is that he doesn't feel pain. But you would still be getting hurt. Just because you don't feel the pain doesn't mean your body isn't being damaged, you know? Like, and so they have this extra thing of, oh, his aura regenerates really fast. And so now that's a thing. This is the first time we're going to throw around aura regeneration, I suppose, and that it can regenerate faster for some than for others. You heard it here, folks. Critter decrees the Volume 5 music is dumb. It's not, yeah. It's not dumb, it's just not impressive. It's just so, like none of the songs are standout. Yeah, wouldn't that destroy his muscles, though, if he still takes damage? Yes, okay, alright. So, it's especially doesn't help that, if I remember correctly, I think this volume came out somewhere around the time Deadpool came out. Let me look it up. RWBY Volume 5 release date. RWBY Volume 5 release date. 20, no, that's not Volume 9, Episode 5, silly Google. 2017, and then what year did Deadpool come out? Deadpool movie release date. 2016, so a couple of years apart. It didn't help that, like, we see Ajax in Deadpool, and Ajax's, trait is that he feels no pain. That's his opposite to Deadpool. Deadpool can, heal any wound, but he feels the pain. Ajax doesn't feel pain. So, that's the thing. But Ajax dies. He just might not feel it, but he does get hurt, and he does die. Just because and then the whole Gretchen thing. It's so goofy. It's silly no matter what. It's silly that we need to headcanon everything. Because, we don't know how she died. It's easy to assume she died because of a Grimm. And so it's silly that he would team up with Salem when she's the one who makes the Grimm. It's silly that he blames Ozpin for it. So a lot of people headcanon that Gretchen was what their option for what Pyrrha was going to be before Pyrrha was. She was going to be a maiden, but it didn't work and she died. A lot of people headcanon that, and that would make a lot of sense, but they never explain it in the show, because he's dead, and it doesn't matter anymore. So it's like, oh, Gretchen's dead because of you, because he sent her on a mission, and that's so silly. That's like, if his sister was a firefighter, blaming the chief of police for sending her into a building to fight the fire, and she ends up dying, and because of the fire. That's the job she signed up for. It's silly. I would blame the arson who set the fire. But instead he blames the chief of police because his sister was doing a job. It's silly. It's really lazy, half-assed, motivation for Hazel in general, especially for how vicious he is. The fact that he, in this volume, he's kind of meh, melancholic. He does the job, but he's not that bad. But then we get to volume 7, where he straight up beats Oscar viciously, just really pounding on that boy and shattering his ribs with his giant man fists, and it is implied to be torturing him, perhaps, because he's strung up on a hook inside of the whale, and he's covered in bruises, and then we see a scene where Hazel rips a sharp object off of one of the other hooks inside the whale, and the implication is that he's going to really cut up Oscar with it, but Salem shows up before that can happen. So yeah, presumably he's just sitting there torturing this poor little child because his sister died, but we don't know how his sister died, and it's very silly. It's very silly and half-assed and not thought out, and I wonder, maybe they killed off Hazel because they realized that he wasn't very good. That he wasn't very compelling or interesting. You know what's a shame? right at the end there, right at the very end, I was like getting on board with the idea of like Hazel being sort of like a pseudo father figure for Emerald and Mercury, and like them, that like the three of them having their development together, being like it's like it's I saw fan art of like the Emerald and Mercury getting like a birthday cake for Hazel or something like that. They all had a cake together. That's what I saw, and I was like, oh yeah, that'd be cute because they don't have parents, and he lost his sister, so they could like bond together or whatever. That'd be fun. And then he immediately died afterwards. And then Mercury left and he hasn't come back because obviously. and yeah, so many interesting dynamics that they could play with and they never do. Yeah, I know. I said yes, Ranger. Hazel pounding Oscar. Like the moment I said it, I was like, I should have went with a different word. Yeah, like maybe, okay, oh yeah, if maybe Salem manipulated him about his sister's death, like tricking him, but yeah, yes, 100%. Like they kind of imply that's the thing, because also his redemption is completely stupid. Like his motivation is dumb, but it becomes a million times more dumb when Oscar like convinces him to be a good guy, because Oscar's like the relics, her name is Jin, and then he's like, okay, I'm good now, and it's like, that was it? That was all that it took to make you stop beating up Oscar? Really? It's so goofy. I don't know why. Like, as far as villainous motivations go, it's fine, but like, why is it so underdeveloped? Why is it so not that? Why have villains if you're not going to have them do anything? Why have villains if there's no motivation for them being villains? The fact that, and we still don't know why Salem wants the relics. People keep saying very confidently, oh, she wants to die. She wants to destroy the world because she wants to die. People keep saying that very confidently, but there is no actual confirmation of that in the show whatsoever. That has never actually been confirmed. And yeah, we can surmise, we can theorize, that is a very likely theory, but the fact that that has never actually been explained in the show is asinine. And what's worse is that the characters themselves who follow Salem has outright, like, admitted that they also don't know what her plans are, and they have no care to figure out their own motivations. They're just following her around because, I don't know, because they're there, I guess. Because what else is Mercury gonna do all day, right? Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Immediately tries to stop what you're doing. Yeah, like, why did she move his hands? Why did she do that? I mentioned before, when we were in Volume 3, that this vault is the coolest one, and that is true. Design-wise, this is very cool. RWBY was really sold on the idea of cool petals. Like with Ruby's petals in the wind, and then like snowflakes and whatever. We had like a petal thing, and I wish they played with it more. And the fact that we can have it in the worst volume. We can have beautiful little glowy petals in worst volume. In worst episodes of worst volume. Why can't we have this kind of style in the rest of the show? RWBY is just styleless. I've thought about making a video talking about how RWBY's 3D style is incredibly ugly and unimpressive, especially compared to the major advancements of other 3D shows, like Arcane, or Into the Spider-Verse, or Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, hell, even just regular Shrek at this point. Because RWBY's biggest thing was that it was its own unique style. No one else was really doing something like RWBY at the time. But as years have gone on, RWBY has regressed into this. This is what a typical RWBY episode looks like. Like, with Volume 5 onward, this is the basic style, and it's not impressive. The lighting is not impressive, the designs are not impressive, the art style is not standout or impressive enough, especially compared to what other 3D shows is doing, and also compared to what other 3D anime is doing, because that's another big thing. It's not just shows here made in the West. Anime also started, because that was one thing that RWBY had, but it's anime inspired. It's also an anime inspired 3D show. Well, anime started doing 3D as well, and immediately it started looking better than what RWBY was doing. We had there's Ni no Kuni, which is a video game, but it emulates Studio Ghibli's style perfectly. There's Land of the Lustrous, which utilizes 3D models, which is a great idea. There's lots of them. A bunch of them. When it was just Berserk, and Berserk's really goofy 3D models, that was one thing. Beastars, as weird as Beastars might be, technically, it has a more consistent and explored style compared to what RWBY is doing. RWBY's 3D was a weird gimmick to sell the show on, and they haven't maintained that level of quality. And if anything, it has made it less of an interesting looking show in the long run. Because a lot of the unique style elements from the Red trailer or the early volumes is gone. We can talk, Trigun Stampede is another great example, 100%. We can talk about, the good or bad qualities of the animation from the early volumes, but at least it had a style. At least it was different. At least it had its own specific charm. And this that they do now is very basic. Even with Volume 9, where there's a bit of a step up in animation quality, even then, it's still very basic. The shadows is always very safe. The lighting and shading is always very safe. They don't play around with color a lot in scenes or locations or washing out a set in a specific color to set a mood. They don't do that. Think about Volume 9, when Blake, that was the end of RWBY's arc. She headbutted Mercury. Wow. She got her little quippy one-liner and everything. In Volume 9, when Blake and Yang confess, the world becomes flooded with yellow and purple, but it doesn't affect the character models. Yeah, it's happening out, on screen behind them, but their models aren't affected by the colors of the lights, because their models aren't built that way. So, yeah, we can't have, a scene washed in a specific color to, really hammer home a specific emotion. It's just disappointing. It's just a very basic, disappointing looking show. Especially compared to, when you look at what other people are doing. What, Genshin Impact has. A lot of Dylan Goo's, animations in general. Even though it's a very similar style to what RWBY's got going on, but, with the shading and highlights on the character models, and the, locations and sets, and how they play around with the way things look there. Amazing. That stuff looks amazing. 100%. So it's just bonkers. Bonkers. And Aura looks ugly. Jean's semblance looks like ass. They do such ugly looking things. And they do it because it's a cheap, easy, lazy option. Because they're rushing everything. And so, because they're doing that, a lot of people's semblances, that's why we got glowy hands so much, because it's a cheap, easy, lazy option. So, instances where they could play around with a unique looking style is often ignored or forgot. They go with an uglier option just because they half-ass everything they're doing. They have to rush out the volume every year. Even though usually animated shows take more than 1 year to make because animation is hard and expensive, but if they rush it out within 1 year, we get more money for our cash cow. OMG, Code Lyoko. Oh my god. Code Lyoko was the best. I loved it. Even though it was a little weird looking. Their 3D models were always a little bit weird, but I loved it. Because it made sense, because they're in a video game-ish. Kinda. I think there's more to it than that. But, like, it makes sense that the visuals might look a little bit different in a video game. They have weird styles in video games, especially back in the day when it was made. I loved the opening theme song to Code Lyoko is the best ever, 100%. Oh my god, it's so good. Hey, remember Blake? She hasn't been on screen for 3 episodes now. Oh, never mind, it's Febreze. Never mind, we're doing a Febreze ad real quick. Yeah, their chins was a bit of a thing. their chin, they had a style. It's French. Code Lyoko's French. Did you know that? It's a French-made anime. The French have a unique sense of art direction. Like, isn't Miraculous Ladybug also French? Isn't that thing? You did miss Nora's skeleton, I'm sorry. I was babbling. It happened it was when I was babbling about semblances often looking boring because they go with cheap, easy, lazy options. So their opportunities to do something cool and creative, they often ignore to do the cheap, easy, lazy option. Sorry, Brosif. Are we done with this ad yet? Oh, we need 4, and there was another. I saw there was gonna be another ad break in this episode, too. Ugh. Yeah, the pacing with this volume is crazy. Blake has been gone for 3 episodes now. We had, like, episodes at a time where Ranger weren't on screen. Why? Like, why? Why pace it that way? I understand pacing out a story. Would you not try to have all 4 girls on screen at least every other episode? Whatever. It Totally Spies. Lollyrock. Totally Spies and Lollyrock are also French? I never watched Lollyrock, but Totally Spies was great. I was too into it. I thought it was fun. My favorite was Sam? Yes, Sam, Clover, and Alex. I remembered. I remembered. I can't remember important information like taxes, but I can remember the names of the girls from Totally Spies, a show I haven't seen in over a decade. My favorite was Sam because her outfit was the green one, and I liked green. Yeah, so she shows up because they know the White Fang is doing this. Because Ilya worked with them and they learned, oh no, they stole Ilya's, like, scroll, and the scroll said that they'd be doing this, so they knew to show up to stop the White Fang now. I don't know, so it looks like the White Fang only has, like, 5 people here, and then the Menagerie army shows up with, like, 1,000 people. And I'm like, I feel like we grossly overestimated the threat level that the threat level that the White Fang had in store here. Zack Storm is French. What is Zack Storm? You know what? Wait, is The Adventures of Jackie Chan, was that a French one too? Was that a French animated? Was, what's it called? The one, Shaolin Showdown. Was that one also French? That one definitely feels French, right? Right? That one feels real French. Man, you want to just talk about other shows that are actually good? Other shows from my childhood? Does anyone remember Mucha Lucha? That one was cool. That one had a really cool style. Cubics? Never watched Cubics. It was a little after my time. Before my time? Maybe I just never watched it. Maybe it just was never on when I was around. Yeah, Shaolin Showdown. Yeah. It was Canadian. I should have known. I should have known. It's okay, so they had only Ilya disarm all of the bombs. They posted like 1,000,000 bombs. I feel like that could have been a thrilling enough moment to make sure she did them all. before El Tigre. El Tigre was a little after my time. It looked cool though. I never watched Stormhawks. I did watch Thundercats, the remake version, the like newer version, not the old 80s version, the remake one. That one was amazing. So they do this thing with Blake here dodging his sword, and everyone was like, she dodged in the direction of his sword. And I'm like, yes. And I know why. Because they wanted that shot with the, like, lighting, like, coming down on her at that angle. Because it looks slightly more dynamic. They should have thought of that. And the fact that they didn't bother going back to, like, make that feel a little bit better really highlights how, like, not creative. Also, there's no blood in RWBY, and I don't know why. Like, he should be bleeding. He got impaled. She just got impaled, and that put her out for, like, almost a whole death moment. He just got impaled. Why isn't he bleeding somewhere, you know? Oh, Italian shows like Winx or Witch. I never watched Winx. I wanted to watch way more of Witch, but I could never find it on TV. I never got a TV guide. I don't know why. That was back in the day where you had to get a separate magazine to tell you when things were coming on at certain times. Care Bears? I love Care Bears. There's a new version of Care Bears coming out currently. I saw a clip of it randomly on TikTok, and Tenderheart's voice was the deepest voice, the deepest, bassiest voice ever, and I was so not prepared for because the Tenderheart I grew up with had like a cutesy, normal, like kind of anime boy-esque voice, and so I was like, that's what Tenderheart sounds like now? It looks very cute. I love Care Bears. I would be all about more Care Bears. If Care Bears got the My Little Pony treatment, where they got, like, really big, crazy misadventures and, like, magic and whatever, I would be all about it. Who else remembers binging the older Pokemon anime? Bro, I binge it now. I just watched Horizons recently. Pokemon Horizons. It was really good. Liko monologues a little bit too much, but once Roy joins the team, it lightens up a little bit. There are interesting, cool characters. Sonic X was great. I adore Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog is so cool, and like all true Sonic fans, I am internally embarrassed and frustrated that there's not better Sonic things out there. Any Sonic fan will tell you that we love Sonic the Hedgehog, and it is cool, we promise. You'll just never really get to see it much. You have to read the comics. The comics is where all the cool stuff happens in Sonic. Like we never see Anton, or Bunny Rabbit, or Rotor Walrus. That's where the real cool stuff happens. Those characters. Uncle Chuck, people like that, they're not in the games. The games never do it right. The cartoons never do it right. Oh well. Puffy Amiyumi, nice. I found them more annoying more often than not, but I thought they were very cute designs. I loved their designs really inspired me. Kappa Mikey was weird. My Life as a Teenage Robot was cool, jazzy, unique style. Sonic Underground was amazing. The intro is so good. Oh my god. And then I watched the show, because I had like one episode on VHS for some reason, back when that was a thing. And then I actually was able to watch the show. I bought it on DVD, because I found it at my local dollar store. And then it wasn't nearly as good as the opening would lead you to believe. But yeah, Shadow has guns. Shadow has guns. But the opening to Shadow's really good. The opening song? Sonic's got good songs. We can at least admit that Sonic has, like, songs on lockdown. Dragon Tales was everything. They had that one dragon who spoke Spanish. He was great. I liked the dragons, like, that were, like, connected. They were my favorite. I never watched Cyber 6, but that one also had an amazing opening. I learned about that one just because of its opening. Ben 10, I never really got into. I tried, but he never used the alien forms I liked. He always used the ones I kind of hated. So I lost interest, especially once they changed animation styles. Similar to American Dragon Jake Long. I liked it initially, but once they changed styles, I kind of lost interest. I was also getting older by the time they changed their art styles, so Danny Phantom had good ideas, but I think its execution was a little lackluster. You know? Like, like, plot lines didn't play out the way that I think would have been cooler. Chalk Zone was also cool. Chalk Zone was neat. A lot of those old ones, Chalk Zone had a similar problem that I had with Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, where, one of the main characters, their gimmick was to be annoying. His little chalk buddy, I don't remember his name, and then Blue from Foster's, their whole gimmick is to kind of be that, fast-talking, kind of annoying, obnoxious kind of character, and I found them too annoying for what it needed to be. I don't like shows where a gimmick is they will annoy you. That's why I lost interest in Fairly Odd Parents as well, because I was finding Wanda and Cosmo especially, to be too obnoxious, and I kind of hated it. Sally Acorn and Ruby, she follows the color naming rule. She could. She'd be a squirrel faunus. Hell yes. I think Sonic characters could very easily become part of the RWBYverse. I never watched Invader Zim until I was older, and then it made me upset, because it was a lot. I watched the whole first season in one night, and it was a lot. And it was a lot. Kim Possible was cool. Gargoyles were cool. Great theme songs. Back in the day, cartoons used to have way better theme songs. Nowadays, we don't get them very much, and I'm disappointed. I never watched Peppa Pig. She's cute. I'll give her that. But I never really... Yeah, bye, Vernal. Sorry, I was talking about better cartoons over your death. I talked myself out when it comes to RWBY. I was thinking about cool cartoons from my childhood. Rudy's got the chalk, exactly. Ed, Edd and Eddy, I wasn't allowed to watch Ed, Edd and Eddy growing up, because my parents didn't like the fact that they called each other stupid. Which is dumb. My parents were very dumb. Nowadays, every time I see anything from Ed, Edd and Eddy, it cracks me up. I wish I had watched it more. Jimmy Neutron was good, but the later seasons got kind of meh. You know? Like a little bland. Like a little, repetitive. I never watched Mao Mao, but it looked really, really cute. I wanted to watch it. Did anyone watch Courage the Cowardly Dog? That one was, a trip. You want some, real nightmares? Watch Courage. Remember the tree? Does anyone remember the tree from Courage the Cowardly Dog? That was the best episode, but man, it was too much. Hey guys, we're on the last episode of Volume 5. Yeah, it happened. It's just, when you get to the end of the volume, there's so much nothing left to say. It's just so exhausting. There's nothing left to say that you haven't said already, you know? Samurai Jack, yes. Samurai Jack. Really creative. Artsy as hell. Beautiful. Beautiful and, limited. That's, the first time as a kid I recognized the idea that there didn't have to be dialogue all the time. Rocco's Modern Life was fun. I liked Rocco's Modern Life. It wasn't amazing. I didn't see it very often, but I did like Rocco. I thought he was a very cool, sweet character. Did I not click it? Click it. Do it. Then I did watch Kirby Right Back at Ya, and I was disappointed with it. I liked it a lot. Kirby's cute. I like the characters a lot. But I felt like Kirby was more often than not boring in his own story. I would rather play Kirby, was the problem. Dora the Explorer? I watched too much Dora the Explorer. Honestly. It was just always on. I never watched Total Drama Island, and I never understood the appeal of it. It does not interest me in the slightest. Yes, Mira Mira, Return the Slab. That episode traumatized me. It was, I had nightmares, and it was too much. And then I was an adult, and I was like, oh, this is what scared me? I never watched Powerpuff Girls Z. That's the anime version. I do think it's fascinating that it exists, but I watched a lot of Powerpuff Girls. Here, okay, real talk? You guys ready for some, like, actual real talk right now? Okay. There was rumors that the CW was going to do their own, like grown-up version of the Powerpuff Girls. Kinda like Riverdale, you know? Or like the Sabrina the Teenage Witch one, where they're kind of grown-up new versions. Serious teen drama versions. And I was so on board with this idea. I loved the idea of doing that for Powerpuff Girls, and I had a bunch of ideas for it, and it ended up getting dropped and no one wanted it. Apparently the script was really bad. This is what I would do with it. I would have the Powerpuff Girls. I thought too much about this. Like, way too much. So, what I would do with a teenage drama Powerpuff Girls show. I would have the girls be in their senior year of high school, maybe junior year, depending on how many seasons we think we can squeeze out of this. They would be in different points, so the thing would be, Blossom is focusing on being, like, student council president, and she already has her eyes on the exact college she wants to go to, and she's very dedicated and focused on those ideas. Bubbles' big thing would be focusing almost entirely on the superhero aspect. Like, her only plans is to stay with the professor and take care of him as he goes into his older age, and she would just focus on protecting Townsville and being a superhero. And then, so the idea would be that Blossom is obsessed with her future, and Bubbles is stuck in staying with the past, and she would have a lot of lines like, why can't it just be like how it used to be? Remember how nice everything used to be when we were younger? Like, that would be their thing. And then our real main focus would be Buttercup. Buttercup's main thing would be she'd be lost in the present. She wouldn't know what to do with herself. You know, school and study was never really her thing, but just doing staying in Townsville. Like, she doesn't want to be trapped in the same town for forever. So she'd be a lot of, she would be the focus, and it would be a lot of, like, finding herself and seeing what she was doing. Also, I would want Princess Morbucks to be dating Blossom. Apparently in the CW script, she was dating Buttercup. I'm fine. I think we're all in the same, like playing field, that Princess Morbucks needs to be dating somebody. And then, like, certain characters would be dead by this point. Sarah Bellum would be the mayor by now, because there's no way the mayor would have lasted this long. So it'd be Mayor Sarah Bellum, that'd be awesome. And then just Misadventures of the Girls, and maybe, like, one last, like, it was either be one last hurrah from Mojo Jojo, or the story would start with Mojo Jojo's death, and they would go and see his funeral. And that would, like, kind of kickstart them realizing that time is limited. You know, they can't just, it's not going to stay the same as it always has been. So that's what it would be. That was my idea for Powerpuff Girls as a CW show. They wanted to make the professor abusive? That's so lazy. That's such a lazy idea. Ugh, did I watch Umbrella Academy? I watched the first 2 seasons, and I kinda lost interest halfway through season 2. It was fine. I heard the 3rd season was good. I heard mixed things about the 4th season. And if they've had any after that, I haven't heard anything. But I did like it. I thought it was good. The 1st season especially was fantastic. 2nd season, not so much, but it was funny. Scooby-Doo, I watched a lot of different iterations of Scooby-Doo. Yeah, and then the Powerpuff Girl did that reboot, and they got rid of Sarah. Why did they do that? I saw a tweet about this morning, where someone was like, the excuse was that Sarah Bellum was too much of a design for a kid's show, but later in that same show, like, the girls twerk or whatever, and it's dumb. The reboot version was really dumb. Tom and Jerry was good. Some were better than others. I watched a lot of Tom and Jerry, and I think it gave me a nice appreciation for classical music. But I think the biggest thing is growing up is realizing that Tom was the good guy and Jerry was definitely the villain. So many episodes were just Tom minding his own business, and Jerry would get pissy that he couldn't, like, sleep, And so he just torment Tom. Or whatever. Should I, like, talk about this scene? Should I talk about the show? This is not the final confrontation of Yang and Raven that I wanted to see. You know? It's so it's just like everything else in this volume. It's meandering and wandering, and they don't really say anything of worth. You know? It's just, like, I like the idea of it, but the thing is, they're so afraid of having the characters say anything substantial. They tiptoe, oh, what a great time for an ad. They tiptoe around concepts, and no one really says anything. They won't just say it how it is. They flower up all their language with, like, worthless poetry, and it's not some big ol' winning moment for Yang. Carrie in the director's commentary said it's like a fight but with words. And no wonder he feels that way, because all the other fights in this volume are also lame and pointless. What a waste. And that was the last time we've seen Raven for years. I'm not gonna bother with the end credits scene, because it's just Raven showing up at Ty's place, and then that went nowhere. Did she stay there? Probably not. Did he talk to her? Doubt it. Does it matter anymore? No. We don't know. She disappeared for years on end, and now they're desperately trying to bring her back with their Salem plot or their Summer Rose plot. Ooh, Summer Rose, isn't she important? No, I don't care. It's 9 volumes too late. This should have been happening way sooner than now. But whatever. Yeah, That's So Raven. That's So Raven was good. It was what a good idea. A girl who can see the future? That's fun. That's a fun concept. Did I watch the Super Duper Sumos? I've never even heard of that. I'm sorry. I never watched Randy Cunningham, 9th Grade Ninja. I've heard of that before, and I didn't think it was real the first time. That name is too crazy. Teen Titans, of course. And I watched Teen Titans Go. The first season of Teen Titans Go, I skipped because it's actually very, very bad. But once you get to the later seasons, they're not terrible. Like, it's fine. The movie was a lot of fun. But yeah, Teen Titans, like, classic Teen Titans. Hell yeah. That's the one. Yeah, where the fuck was Raven after Volume 5? I don't remember being in any other volumes. No, she wasn't. You're 100% my POV. She wasn't. She disappears after this point. And then we don't see her ever again until Volume 9, when Ruby is given a flashback to the night Summer Rose left. And Summer Rose left with Raven on some secret mission. But they don't tell us what it is, because heaven forbid the show ever tell you something. We can't reveal things. That would mean that the show's actually progressing forward. I did watch one of the Justice Leagues. I think it was Unlimited. Never watched The Loud House. That was after my time. No, I didn't watch a lot of Gundam growing up. Didn't watch Young Justice. I saw some of it recently. I never watched Victorious. I never really liked a lot of the, like, live-action ones. Like the live-action Nicktoon stuff. Especially now after, Quiet on Set, that documentary has come out. I never really liked them in the first place, though. You know? Like, they were never funny enough for me. They tried too hard to be too wacky, and I was more often than not disappointed with them. I don't know what Good Luck Charlie is. I imagine that's a cartoon, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, you keep forgetting that we're watching RWBY? Yeah! We're still here. We're still trudging through 4 hours in. Mia and Me? Nah, never watched it. You guys going with things that are before or after my time. A little after me. Winx Club? No. It was never on. I watched The Amanda Show, but I didn't like it. But it was on TV a lot, so I watched it. But I remember being like, I don't want to watch it. It was weird. It was a little too manic and a little too weird at times. You know? Like a lot of those live action ones. I didn't like iCarly. I hated iCarly. I thought it was terrible. I didn't understand the idea because I knew even back then that that's not how editing works. Like they were quote unquote live streaming their show or whatever. But then you would see him, like, the camera wasn't moving, but we would be doing zoom-ins on their faces and whatever. And their show was also stupid. Their show, like, the in-universe iCarly show that they would film in, for, like, I thought it was really dumb, and I didn't think it was fun or funny, and I'm like, no one would want to watch this, that's stupid and silly. And then they had that one episode where Fred showed up, and they're like, he's the funniest guy ever. And I'm like, no, he's not. He's also annoying and stupid. And so I didn't like iCarly. I didn't watch it. I watched The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, but I didn't watch Sweet Life on Deck. That one was a little too after my time. Yeah, why does Jin have an activation word, but the staff doesn't? Good choice. Yes. Yes. Good question. Yes. Because they needed an excuse for Salem to... They didn't know what Salem would ask from Jin, and so they needed an excuse for her to not use it right away, because they can't just have her not use it, because that would make no sense. But then they wanted Team RWBY to immediately be able to use the staff. So, they did that. Great stuff, right? And there goes Lionheart. He's dead now. Look, everyone's just standing around not moving. And just give up. Even though you're not, like, bleeding or wounded. You seem perfectly fine. But we're just gonna be over now, because... it's over. I didn't watch Sam and Cat, because Sam was my least favorite character from iCarly, and then I never watched Victorious, but Cat seemed incredibly annoying, so it looked like a very stupid show to me. Yeah, Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. I didn't watch, but I saw constant commercials for it, because while I wasn't watching, like, cartoons much at that point in time, you know what I was doing? Playing a lot of Neopets. And that was one that had commercials on Neopets all the time. It was on, like, sidebar ads and whatever. You would watch ads to get, like, Neo points and stuff. So I saw lots of things about it, like trailers, but, Neopets. That's what I did. I still play Neopets sometimes. I played it recently to get the advent calendar from the, December, because December, we had the advent calendar. This is... what a waste of a volume. What a I would love to see, like, an actual, like, employee, like an animator, or hell, even one of the writers. Like, honestly sit down and talk about how terrible this volume was. How the production was bad, how it looks bad, it's a bad product that they crapped out, and they had to sit there and really try to act like it was all good, like they were happy with this. I would love to see, like, an honest, especially now that Rooster Teeth's shutting down, I would love some real, honest reactions to some of their subpar crap, like Volume 5. The Donkey Kong Country show, I never watched. I wanted to, but I couldn't figure out when it was on TV. Did Neopets ever have a show? No, I don't think so. And it's only video games were, like, not what I wanted it to be. I like Neopets. I wish there was more merch. You don't really find a lot of merch for Neopets now. Like, I get it. They used to be really big. There was a big old thing back in the day. But not anymore, which is disappointing. Now that I have money, and I could buy things like that, they don't exist. Yeah, yay, we won! Also, Leo's dead. No one's gonna mention it. Yeah, Leo and Vernal. No one will mention it. No one's gonna miss those guys, I guess. No one cared about Leo, not even Ozpin or Crow, because they won't mention it. Oh well. Yeah, where was Gira this whole time? Outside fighting the, 5 White Fang members that immediately got arrested anyway. What a completely unnecessary plot point. We need an army of Faunus. No, you don't. Shut up, Ruby. Your voice is annoying and you're an obnoxious, annoying character. I need a faint because they keep forgetting to make me the main character. I hate it. On a brighter note, we're done with Volume 5 now. And next volume, one of the best. Volume 6 is so good. It's so dang good. I love it. Some people are split. Some people don't like it. I understand. I've heard the reasonings. I get it. But we finished the beast, the behemoth. You know what really helped saving the day? Talking about better cartoons at the end there. I was losing my mind. I couldn't keep ranting. I never watched Strawberry Shortcake. I didn't know it was a cartoon until, way later. They forgot to make Ruby the main character of her own show? Yes. Yes. She doesn't do anything. That's why it's so, if you talk about Ruby's development, the only thing people talk about is Volume 9, because that's the only time she does something. I mean, I'm fine with her not being the main character of the show in these middle volumes, because this is when her voice was super annoying and stupid and obnoxious and high-pitched and horrible and earblood. So, I guess if she was more of a main character, I'd have to listen to her horrible, obnoxious voice more. So, I guess it's fine. We made it up with her sanity still intact. You know it! Yeah! Did everyone like this video? And leave a comment? And subscribe? And stay hydrated? You better. You better have done that. Yeah, everyone just accepts Blake immediately. None of them is upset. What a waste. What a waste. It's over. We did it. That's the end. Judgmental Critter, she talks a big game. What the fuck? Ruby talking about when she said, we've done things people said were impossible. Back there, yeah. Yes. We've done things. What? You killed the Knuckleavi? I guess that's it. They really try gassing themselves up this volume when they haven't done anything. Throughout this volume and all of Volume 4, nothing had progressed. Poopy. Big poopy pants. A big stinky poopy tantrum volume that is bad and no one likes. Yeah, no emotional reunion either. They just it's so blasé, isn't it? Even the characters want the volume to just finally be over so they can go home. Yeah, Raven goes to tie. I'm not gonna bother. It's back there, whatever. Oh, and then they advertised Genlock. Wow. Yeah. That's where all the budget went. That's where Rooster Teeth begins to officially die. Yeah, Ruby got Crow poisoned by Tyrion. Raven, you should side with us. You want Crow dead. We got really close to doing that. So yeah. That's Volume 5. Really not much to talk about. It's just a lot of rants. It's a lot to talk about, actually. Substantially, it's not much to say. Because in the long run, a lot of this volume is completely pointless. You can't skip it, because several very important things are revealed. We explain Maidens a little bit more, we explain relics a little bit more, we see a relic for the first time, we introduce some kind of important characters that will have important, we explain, how, Oscar and Ozma Pin works and stuff. We talk about Raven a lot. You can't, that's the worst thing. You can't even skip this volume, and it's such garbage. It's not even enough filler to count as filler. It's just this. It's just, here. It's just this stain. So yeah, we did it. We finished the volume. 2.5 hours. But we did it! And now I don't need to stream until next Sunday. It's been a real stream heavy week. It's been a little crazy, honestly. So yeah. I guess that's it for now. Yeah, don't forget to do your laundry. I can't figure out why, but for some reason I just keep thinking about doing my laundry. Can we talk about how Nora wanted Yang to die? She told her to go into the vault with 2 maidens and a bandit queen. Well, Nora didn't tell her to do that at all. Nora told Yang to... I mean, I guess she said go, but RWBY was the one who really pointed Yang in the direction. I don't know. No one was thinking, especially not the writers. Yeah, it's over. We're done. We're free. It's the end. Volume 5 is finally beaten. It's only uphill from here until Volume 8. We're quickly approaching the end of the month. That means we finally will get to watch Volume 9 and whatever the new super secret end credits sequence thing is gonna be. We'll see. Can't wait for that. Thanks for showing up. Thanks you to everyone who came and left comments and everyone who gave super chats. You're all really cool. Yes, I watched Digimon. I did watch Digimon. I liked it a lot. I liked it a whole lot. Yeah. That's the end. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chats. You're cool. Leave a like and a comment. I appreciate you. Next time, we're doing Volume 6. Bye-bye.